Chapter 4:23. The rewards had been doubled. This was something that he had not expected. Everything had been doubled. This was shocking enough. His EXP became 200 million. In fact, it was not a big deal, but the rewards were doubled. Ding! Congratulations to player E. Tianyan for successfully breaking through to first-level Void Spirit stage. After getting so many rewards, E. Tianyan finally broke through to Void Spirit stage, a cultivation level that most cultivators dream of, and now he broke through to Void Spirit stage. If it was a normal cultivator breaking through to Void Spirit stage, it would definitely cause a commotion, but for E. Tianyan it looked very normal. No one knew that he had broken through. Ding! Successfully accepted main quest. Destroy the Netherworld Empire. Kill the Netherworld Great Emperor. Reward 500. 000 000 EXP 5. 000 000 Crazy Point 500. 000 Mastery. Assign anywhere 500. 000 Sin Point and the title Punisher. After completing the main quest, there was no quest to upgrade the Netherworld Empire. Instead, there was a quest to destroy the Netherworld Empire. E. Tianyan didn't expect that the next main quest would be to destroy the Netherworld Empire. It seems that even the system wants him to destroy the Netherworld Empire. This reward was even better. It was 5 times more than the previous main quest. E. Tianyan knew that the higher the reward, the higher the difficulty. It seems that the Netherworld Empire still has a strong hidden force after so many of its generals were eradicated. E. Tianyan's eyes flashed. If that was the case, then it would not be easy to deal with them. But if they really have such a strong force, why didn't the Netherworld Great Emperor use it immediately? Most of the people were still immersed in shock, and after a while, they finally recovered from the shock, and then they were talking about this matter with each other. The impact on Yang Yu and the others was the biggest. They had a good relationship with E. Tianyan, but suddenly he became a mansion lord, and it was a very heaven-defying one. The only thing left was for the 3 of them to work together, which was not difficult with his reputation. A lot of people recognized him as the mansion lord. As for the matter of merging, they were also discussing it. When they found out that it was a force established by their ancestor, the feeling of rejection quickly decreased a lot. Spirit King Xiantian is the first Void Spirit stage cultivator in Heaven's top mansion, so he respects him a lot. So when he was integrated into Heaven's top mansion, the feeling of rejection was reduced a lot, because they were all on the same side. How could there be any sense of rejection? E. Tianyan let Shi Shuiyun and the others handle the run-in. There were many people in charge of the major affairs of the sect, so he didn't need to worry about it at all. The key was that it would be easier for Shi Shuiyun and Yi Yue to manage it. He was only responsible for putting them together and playing as the vanguard. He did not need to worry about the other trivial matters. After giving the instructions, E. Tianyan found a cultivation room and went into seclusion. He had to start sorting out related matters, such as leveling up. He didn't want to be an idiot and talk to himself. I can finally calm down. Leveling crazy system. Ding, deducting 10 million crazy points. Successfully leveled up crazy mode system. Effect increased to 16 times. Proficiency increased to 4 times. Sin value increased to 2 times. Medicinal pill effect increased to 2 times, including any medicinal pill that increases EXP and enhancement. Every minute consumes 10. 000 crazy points. The next level is 50 million crazy points. As expected, 8 times became 16 times, and the next level is 32 times. But it requires 50 million crazy points. It's really crazy. He doesn't know how long it will take to level up. But for this multiplier, he will definitely work hard to save up enough crazy points. 32 times increase in strength is simply heaven-defying, especially now that there are so many effects. He is even more looking forward to the later effects. Double the effect of all medicinal pills. This is a good thing. E. Tianyun's eyes lit up. Medicinal pills can double the effect, but it was limited to recovery medicinal pill. It has no effect on cultivation medicinal pill or experience medicinal pill. Now that it is effective, it means that refining a batch of accumulating soul pill can directly double the price. Originally 30 million experience medicinal pill, now it becomes 60 million experience medicinal pill. As for the sin value, there was no need to talk about it. Doubling the sin value was already a pretty good effect. This level up is really worth it. Etianyan took a deep breath. Although he expected it, he was still shocked. The effect of 16 times burst out. He really can't imagine what kind of value it will be. Then there was a lot of crazy point left. He used most of it in one breath. First allocated to instant transmission, then allocated to lucky aura. Directly used up 5 million crazy point. Ding, successfully leveled up instant transmission to level 2. Can instantly reach any position within 10 miles. Cooldown time is 5 minutes. The next level requires 2 million crazy points. Ding, successfully leveled up luck aura to level 3. After using the luck, greatly increased to 15 times, consumes 5,000 crazy points per second. The next level requires 5 million crazy points. Not bad, not bad. He upgraded both of them. The effect immediately doubled, and the crazy points required also doubled. Now there is not much crazy point left. There is still more than 1 million crazy point left. Overall, it is still a lot, but if used to level up, it is really not much. Now any skill requires too much crazy point. It's not enough at all. In the past, he thought that hundreds of thousands of crazy points was a lot, but now tens of millions is not a lot. He can use it all at once. It seems that I have to continue to earn crazy points. There are too many things that need to be upgraded. Etianyan shook his head and immediately smiled. Let's see what is in the gift pack first. This thing will definitely not let me down. You have successfully unlocked the level 51 gift pack. You have received the Super Enhanced Lottery Roulette. One chance to use the Super Enhanced Lottery Roulette. 50% discount in the shop. Limited to 2 hours. 50x experience card, level 61 upgrade gift pack. Super Enhanced Lottery Roulette. This time, I got a Super Enhanced Lottery Roulette. It looks like I'll be able to get even more good stuff. Chapter 4:24. Let's take advantage of this chance to give it a try. Etianyan didn't hesitate and immediately drew it. Unless he really had no time, he would draw it immediately. Following that, the huge, super enhanced lottery roulette spun rapidly. In fact, there didn't seem to be much change. The things that could be obtained didn't change. It was still what it should be, and the probability of obtaining it also didn't change. What changed was what was inside, not what was on the surface. However, he didn't activate the lucky halo. He wanted to see what he could get with this chance. His luck value wasn't low. If it was still a consumable item, then he would accept it. After spinning a few times, the lottery roulette finally stopped, and the pointer pointed at the cultivation technique column. Thump! Accompanied by a sound, a wooden box fell into the inventory. The item drawn was neither good nor bad. At least it wasn't a consumable item. Of course, even if it was a consumable, there would still be something good. So he didn't feel that there was any problem without using the lucky halo. Unless he really wanted a divine skill type, he wouldn't use the lucky halo. I wonder what it will be. Etianyan opened the wooden box with excitement in his heart. Soon, a martial art appeared in front of him. Devouring Heaven Divine Art. Devouring Heaven Divine Art. Low-grade Heaven level martial art. Extremely strong devouring effect. Able to devour all energy and turn it into one's own experience. The effect conflicts with the dark North Divine Art and cannot be stacked together. The next level requires 1 million proficiency points to upgrade. The proficiency required wasn't much. To upgrade the Dark North Divine Art to the Heaven level, it required 1 million proficiency points to upgrade. To upgrade from low-grade Heaven level to middle grade, it also required 1 million proficiency points. Was it because the Dark North Divine Art was too heaven-defying, or was it because the Devouring Heaven Divine Art was too weak? In any case, it was too difficult to upgrade the Dark North divine art. He needed to absorb crazily often. Otherwise, it would be extremely difficult to accumulate 1 million proficiency points. So far, it was only 100 to 200,000 proficiency points. He was still short of 800,000 proficiency points. Even if he used up all the previous rewards, he still wouldn't be able to upgrade it. Therefore, the proficiency points given by completing the mission were just for show. Many of them required hundreds of thousands or even millions of proficiency points. There was no way to upgrade it. He could only wait until he was still lacking a bit of proficiency, and then he would use it again. Let me try the heaven-devouring divine art. Eteonian stretched out his hand and twisted it in front of him. Suddenly, an astonishing suction force gushed out from his palm and sucked the table in front of him towards him. When it got close to his palm, it was instantly sucked into powder. All the spiritual energy inside was instantly absorbed, leaving only a bit of residue. Received 300 experience points. Not only did he gain experience points, but he could also absorb spiritual energy from objects. This was something that the Dark North divine art could not do. It could only absorb the spiritual power of living things. This devouring heaven divine art could devour the energy contained in any object, which was quite amazing. Whether it was the suction force or the devouring effect, it was much stronger than the Dark North divine technique. From the looks of it, he could be replaced quickly. If he wanted to level up slowly, it would be too difficult. Eteonian would definitely choose to give up on leveling up. Not bad. Looks like I'll be using the devouring heaven divine art in the future. Eteonian's eyes lit up. Finally, he had a martial art that could replace the devouring heaven divine art. The rest of the items in the gift bag were very good. 50% discount in the mall was very interesting. He could use it when he needed to buy a lot of things in the future. The 50 times EXP card was also a new high. Super Enhanced Lottery Roulette. 2 million crazy points per draw. This is really ruthless. When Eteonian looked at the roulette again, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. 2 million crazy points is not a small number. It takes a long time to save up. There was nothing else left. Everything that should be leveled up has been leveled up, and everything that should be drawn has also been drawn. But the amount of experience required for the next level was a bit shocking. Originally, to break through from Core Transformation Peak to Void Spirit Stage only needed 200 million experience points. Now, to break through from first layer to second layer of Void Spirit Stage, it needs 300 million experience points. This is really ruthless. It directly increased the experience points by 100 million. After finishing, Eteonian walked out of the cultivation room. The situation outside didn't change much. It was generally divided into two major parts. One is Heaven's Top Mansion. The other is Heaven's Immersing Ancient Ruins. Spirit Gate and Heavenly Jade Gate are still in Heaven's Immersing Ancient Ruins. People from Heaven's Top Mansion won't come in. Although there is no change here, but for the outside world, the change is too big. For a time, the news spread instantly, spread all over the heavenly boundary continent, and the news even reached the Netherworld Empire. When they learned that a mysterious sect merged with Heaven's Top Mansion, they felt very strange. How could a mysterious force suddenly appear? There is no such thing as an impenetrable wall in the world. Especially such a large-scale move, it attracted a lot of attention. There were many people who went to inquire about this mysterious sect, but they were all completely shocked by what they heard. There was actually a spirit tribe in this mysterious sect. All of a sudden it exploded. The spirit race that was previously hidden suddenly appeared in the heavenly boundary continent and merged with Heaven's Top Mansion. What is this move? Is this a move to seek death? It's not easy to hide, and now it's exposed. What's the difference between this and seeking death? The reason why the spirit race was able to successfully hide was mainly because they hid in the earthly boundary continent, and they hid in Heavenly Jade Sect, which is undoubtedly quite hidden and safe. Originally, Heavenly Jade Sect was not eye-catching. so it was difficult to find them. Now that it's so eye-catching, it suddenly caused an uproar in the Netherworld Empire. Spirit Race appeared at this critical moment and dared to cooperate with Heaven's top mansion. Do they think that our Netherworld Empire is destroyed? The Imperial Preceptor and the Netherworld Emperor were extremely angry. This is a provocation to them. 2 of their generals died in the hands of the Spirit Race, so they have to be cautious. For a time, they were making preparations, planning how to completely eradicate the Spirit Race and capture all of them. While they were planning, Tianyin has already decided to take the initiative to attack the Netherworld Empire. This decision in the eyes of others is absolutely crazy. But Tianyin is not crazy. He feels that everything is ready. The only thing left is the news from the Spirit Race. Chapter 4:25. It didn't take long for the Spirit Race to return and bring the latest news about the Netherworld Empire to Tianyin. So far, the information he had obtained was quite simple. There were about 4 void spirit stage powerhouses, and the strongest among them were the Netherworld Great Emperor and the Imperial Teacher. The rest were the Imperial Generals, and their cultivation was also not low. They were all in the 2nd or 3rd layer of void spirit stage. As for the core transformation stage cultivators, there were at least 20 of them. Tianyin had killed a lot of them, but he didn't expect there to be so many left. The Netherworld Empire's foundation was really strong. In addition, he heard that the Netherworld Empire was preparing to send experts to suppress the Netherworld Empire. The Spirit Race must be avenged, especially at this critical moment. Some people in the room felt that Tianyin's action was quite irrational. It was tantamount to exposing the Spirit Race and putting the entire Heavenly Clouds mansion in a crisis. If they came quietly, there would be no problem. The Spirit Race had always been focused on hiding, and if they waited for a long time, they could definitely hurt the Netherworld Empire. However, Tianyin exposed them, which undoubtedly increased the difficulty of the operation. Tianyin didn't know that this approach was safer. Sneak attacks were always much easier than frontal attacks, but he still had to complete the main quest. There were so many EXP rewards, so many crazy points, and so many sin points. From the point of view of the people present, Tianyin's approach is undoubtedly a failure. It is simply the wrong approach. But from Tianyin's point of view, this was the only way to get the main quest reward. In his opinion, when he broke through to the Void Spirit stage, his crazy points would be the nightmare of the Netherworld Empire. He already crushed the Imperial Preceptor when he was in the 8 times crazy mode, so what about now? Needless to say, he was already determined to destroy the Netherworld Empire. He wanted to take advantage of the Netherworld Empire's weakness. The Netherworld Empire hadn't recovered yet, so it was best to continue the pursuit and completely destroy them. He had already told Renlong that they would send people to gather after the arrangements were made. After understanding the general information, the conference room was silent and no one knew what they were thinking. Well, I have a general idea. When the Heavenly Dragon Empire's people arrive, we will gather all our forces in the Heavenly Clouds Mansion and fly directly to the Netherworld continent to destroy the Netherworld Empire. Tianyin said this at this time, breaking the silence, but his words are shocking. Many people have been looking at him in horror. Taking the initiative to attack? Was he crazy? Young lord, this is very unwise. The situation in the Netherworld Empire is very dangerous, and we only have a small part of the information. The foundation of the Netherworld Empire is not as simple as it looks on the surface. I heard that there are still several old bastards sleeping in the Netherworld Empire. Once the Netherworld Empire is in crisis, they will all come out. This is not a child's play. That's right. It's already dangerous for us to be exposed right now, especially as astrals. Taking the initiative to attack now is simply courting death. The Netherworld Empire is a colossus. It's not easy to deal with them. Mansion Lord, please be careful. It wasn't the spiritual sect or the Heavenly Jade sect who objected, but the Heaven's top mansion. Their loyalty is not high. Tianyin has only been with them for a short time, and they have always been under the management of other elders. Although some of them know that Yi Tianyin is not weak, they haven't been with him for a long time, so they don't trust him very much. The spiritual sect and heavenly jade sect were completely under Yi Tianyin's command. They would do whatever Yi Tianyin said without any hesitation. It seemed unwise, and Yi Tianyin might have his own plan. If they really failed, they would also accept it. However, Yi Tianyin really had his own plan, and that was to complete the main task, but he couldn't say it here. I'm just moving the time forward a little bit. Do you really think that the Netherworld Empire will just stay quiet and not come out? Yi Tianyin said indifferently. According to the information we received, the Netherworld Empire's intention to invade us has not diminished. In fact, it will become more and more intense. The Heaven's Top Mansion is one of their targets. At most, this place will be peaceful for 1 or 2 years. What do you think we can do in 1 or 2 years? According to the information collected by the spirit race was very sensitive to spiritual power. They could always sense that there was a strong force at the bottom of the Netherworld Empire. The Netherworld Empire's ambition was not small. It was not clear when it would erupt, but one thing was for sure: it wouldn't be long. Once it broke out, the people would be plunged into an abyss of misery and suffering. It didn't matter if they had provoked the Netherworld Empire or not. The only result was death. Everyone looked at each other. No one refuted Yi Tianyin's words. So many times we were passive defense. This time we will take the initiative to attack the Netherworld Empire. Yi Tianyin said in a deep voice, "We believe that with our strength, we can definitely destroy the Netherworld Empire. Even if we can't destroy the Netherworld Empire, at least we can dampen their spirit." Destroy the Netherworld Empire? Where did your confidence come from? They were too afraid of the Netherworld Empire, so they didn't trust Yi Tianyin. Because I have them, do you understand? Shi Shuiyun, who was standing beside Yi Tianyin, didn't say a word from the beginning to the end. All of them chose to support Yi Tianyin. It seemed ridiculous, but for Yi Tianyin, as long as they supported him, it was enough. With his strength alone, it was enough to shake everything. With their support, he felt even more confident. It was just that simple. At this time, a guard hurried in from outside and said, "Reporting to young lord, there are experts from the Heavenly Dragon Empire outside. Quick, let them come in." Yi Tianyin's eyes lit up. Finally, they are done with their business. After a while, familiar figures of Renlong appeared in the hall. He brought a group of experts with him, but Ren Jiro didn't come. This was because Rin Jiro had to guard the Heavenly Dragon Empire and ensure the safety of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Rin Long brought a lot of experts with him, which made the hall full of experts. "Brother Rin, you are here." Yi Tianyin walked towards Rin Long and said, "Yes, you asked us to come. How can we not come?" Rin Long said with a smile. Chapter 4:26. As soon as they arrived, Yi Tianyin was ready to leave. The people of Heaven's Top Mansion didn't know what to say, but Rin Long and the others didn't object at all. They completely followed Yi Tianyin's instructions. All of the people who came with Ren Long have seen Yi Tianyin's power before, and they have absolute trust in him. They didn't object at all. They supported Yi Tianyin wholeheartedly. "Your Highness!" They shouted in a respectful tone, expressing their respect for Yi Tianyin, and even more so, they admire Yi Tianyin. If it weren't for Yi Tianyin, the Heavenly Dragon Empire would have suffered a lot of casualties, so they were very respectful. Wang Ya. Heaven's Top Mansion's people frowned. Their mansion lord is still Wang Ya? Yi Tianyin didn't explain anything. He just let them have a good talk. After a brief introduction, they had a general understanding of Rin Long's identity. Especially when they knew that Ren Long was the Heavenly Dragon Empire's great emperor, many people were shocked. They thought that Yi Tianyin called for help, but who knew that it was the Heavenly Dragon Empire's great emperor? The key point was that Yi Tianyin was the Heavenly Dragon Empire's Royal Highness, and after a stroll he became a Royal Highness? You brat, after a stroll you became a Royal Highness? You're really something. Shi Shuiyun rolled her eyes. Previously, Yi Tianyin said that he would go to the Heavenly Dragon Empire for help, but who knew that he would become a royal highness? Of course, otherwise, how could our Heavenly Cloud's mansion become stronger? Yi Tianyin smiled at Shi Shun. After a brief understanding, Yi Tianyin announced, "Then get ready to go to the Netherworld Empire." Yi Qingxian nodded and immediately followed the spirit race's old ancestor to control the Great Array to fly to the Netherworld Empire. The journey would be very dangerous, so they must be prepared. Although the palace could fly, flying wasn't the palace's privilege. The other side also had a lot of core transformation experts and a lot of flying demon beasts, so it wouldn't be a problem to intercept them in the air. King Yi, it seems like you're very confident to make a move so soon. Renlong's eyes lit up. In front of outsiders, he still addressed him as King Yi, but between them he called him brother. Of course. Yi Tianyin smiled and said, "Even if we can't take it down, the Netherworld Empire needs to know how strong we are. Otherwise, they will think that only they can attack and we can only defend." Well said. Renlong smiled and his eyes flashed, but it's going to be very difficult. It's very difficult to break into the Netherworld Empire's capital. For so many years, basically no force has been able to break into the Netherworld Empire. If we can do it, it's already a great feat. The most heavily guarded place was the Netherworld Imperial capital. Whether it was the experts or the defense, it was far ahead of other places. It was completely indestructible. Ever since its establishment, the Netherworld Empire had never been breached. Even before the Netherworld Empire's capital was attacked, it had already been destroyed. Although the Heavenly Dragon Empire had never been breached, there had been many times when enemies had attacked the Imperial capital. If not for the Heavenly Dragon's secret treasure protecting it, it would have fallen long ago. A great feat. What about destroying the Netherworld Empire? What is that? Yi Tianyin smiled and said, "That's a matter that will be passed down through the ages. Among all the empires, the Netherworld Empire is one of the most powerful empires in the world. It will definitely shock all the other empires." Renlong said with a smile. "Passed down through the ages," Yi Tianyin's eyes flashed. The entire Heavens Immersing Ancient Ruins rumbled, but it was not called Heavens Immersing Ancient Ruins anymore. Instead, it had a new name, Heavenly Cloud Shrine. The huge shrine took off again. It didn't stay here for too long. But this time, they were going to the Netherworld Empire. Most of the disciples stayed here, and their hearts were filled with excitement. They were going to the Netherworld Empire, a very terrifying place. How could they not be excited and nervous? Yi Tianyin has already issued an order for them to be ready to attack at any time. Of course, this attack on the Netherworld Empire was not just for him. Otherwise, why would he train so many disciples to be ready to fight at any time? The speed of the Heavenly Cloud Shrine wasn't fast, but it wasn't slow either. The news quickly reached the ears of the Netherworld Empire and shocked them. They didn't expect that the other party would take the initiative to attack them instead of waiting to bear their anger. This was completely different from the previous forces, who wouldn't immediately flee when they heard the name of the Netherworld Empire. This new force, Heavenly Cloud Mansion, was very bold and took the initiative to attack. Is this Heavenly Cloud Mansion tired of living? Or is the decision maker of the spirit race tired of living? They think that we are easy to bully. The Imperial Preceptor's face was gloomy. They were just thinking about how to deal with these spirit race, but now they had already attacked them. Send out the Eagle Army, and you will personally lead them to destroy them. Netherworld Emperor's expression was ice-cold as he said in a deep voice, "It has been too long since anyone knew the power of our Netherworld Imperial capital. Do you really think that we have lost everything just because we lost one battle? Let the 2 Imperial generals go with you. If you still can't deal with them, don't come back to see me." "Yes," the Imperial Preceptor said in a deep voice. "This time, I will not make a mistake." After the Imperial Preceptor bowed to the Netherworld Emperor, he turned around and left. This time, he even brought the Imperial generals with him. If they had been careless before and let the 2 generals die, Then they had to be very careful this time. Not only did the Imperial Teacher go, but the Imperial Protector also came along. 3 void spirit stage powerhouses. If they still couldn't conquer it, then they really didn't need to go back to see others. If they met Tianyin, what kind of expression would they have? According to the plan, the Heavenly Cloud Shrine flew directly to the Netherworld Imperial capital. The elders knew the location, so they didn't need to take a detour. When they flew halfway, they suddenly saw a lot of black spots in front of them. As they got closer, they found out that those black spots were a group of eagles. There were more than 1,000 eagles with a spirit core stage soldier riding on them. This was a great show of force. They were absolutely invincible in the sky, and they wanted to take down the Heavenly Cloud Shrine. Other than the Eagle Army, the Imperial Preceptor and the others had brought a large group of experts over. It could be said that they had put in a lot of effort this time. Reporting to the Palace Master, the Netherworld Empire's Imperial Preceptor personally led the Eagle Army and 2 Imperial generals. The guard outside hurriedly ran in and said, all of them were shocked. Other than the Eagle Army, the Imperial Preceptor had personally led the army over. With him personally leading the army, there was no doubt that the power of the Eagle Army would be unleashed to the extreme. Chapter 4:27. This time, the Netherworld Empire was very cautious. In addition to the Imperial Preceptor, there was also the Imperial Guard General. If the Netherworld Emperor could move at will, it would be like a tiger fighting a rabbit. It might seem like he was lowering his status, but he had repeatedly made the Netherworld Empire suffer losses. Even if he had to lower his status, he would destroy the Netherworld Empire. The Imperial Preceptor led the army here, and all of them immediately made their preparations. Before they came, they had already anticipated the appearance of a strong army. Sure enough, before they even got close to the Netherworld Empire's capital, the Netherworld Empire had already sent their elites. No wonder those who planned to attack the Netherworld Empire's capital were eliminated before they even got close to the capital. With such a powerful army, how could they not repel the invaders? Young Lord, what should we do now? Everyone looked at Tianyin and wanted to see what he was going to do. Tianyin smiled indifferently and said, calm down, you don't need to do anything. From now on, just watch my performance. You don't need to do anything to deal with them. They were shocked. Didn't this mean that Tianyin wanted to deal with thousands of people alone? Although the people riding the eagles were all spirit core cultivators, the leader was the Imperial Preceptor, so it was not easy to deal with them. However, they didn't say anything. Since Tianyin said so, they could only act according to the situation. Following Tianyin to the gate of the Heavenly Cloud Temple, Tianyin narrowed his eyes and looked at the approaching army with a faint smile on his face. He opened the Sinmal and saw that there were only 3 sets in front of him, but he quickly aimed at one of them. Sword Master Set. Sword Master Set. Level requirement, level 30. After equipping it, the wearer can learn to control the sword formation at any time. All swords within a radius of 10 miles that are high-grade spirit weapons will be under the wearer's control. The wearer can control up to 10,000 swords and has the effect of sword flight. Price, 100,000 Sin points. Exchange for Sword Master Set. Successfully deducted 100,000 Sin points. Obtained Sword Master Set. Sword Master Set. In an instant, he equipped his swordsman's suit and wore a thin white robe. Because he was standing in front of the gate, his robe fluttered in the wind, making him look elegant. The people standing beside him didn't feel any difference. The swordsman Set didn't have any powerful attributes to begin with. It could be said that it didn't have any attributes, so it didn't exude any domineering aura. He could only feel that his aura seemed to have changed slightly, as if he had become a different person, but he couldn't tell what had changed. Others might not be able to sense anything, but Tianyin could sense all the weapons within 10 miles. He could clearly sense them in any corner. As long as they were within this range, he could immediately sense them. There's a city nearby. So many weapons, so many, so many. Eteonian closed his eyes and sensed all the weapons. As the distance between the two of them shortened, many people started to feel anxious. They didn't know when Eteonian would make his move. Could it be that he would only make his move when he was close to them? Although the heavenly cloud shrine was very sturdy, it wouldn't last long under a fierce attack. As the imperial preceptor got closer and closer, his expression became colder and colder. Eagle Army, listen up. Shoot down their shrine. Let's see if they still dare to fly in the air. Yes. The Eagle Army of more than 1,000 people shouted in unison. It was quite imposing, and their eyes were full of killing intent. Just like the eagles they were riding on, a cold light gradually appeared in their eyes, like a pair of eagle eyes completely integrated with the demonic beasts they were riding. They clenched the longbow in their hands, ready to attack the heavenly cloud shrine. As long as the shrine was slightly damaged, it would fall down. If they fell down, those with high cultivation would definitely be fine, but those with low cultivation would definitely be smashed into meat paste. Therefore, the flying shrine looked domineering, but in fact it was equivalent to a live target. Under the fierce attack, it would definitely not be able to withstand the attack and quickly fall down. More than half of them were already dead before the battle even started, so no one would like to control the shrine to fly around. It was undoubtedly the behavior of a fool. Therefore, the current behavior of the Heavenly Clouds Mansion was the behavior of a fool in their eyes. While many people were worried, Eteonian gently raised his hand, and in an instant a lot of spiritual tool-level weapons flew up from the ground, from the Heavenly Clouds Mansion, and from the Eagle Army. In an instant, hundreds and thousands of spiritual tools gathered. 2,000, 3,000, 6,000, 7,000, 10,000. 10,000 spiritual tools flew up from the ground and instantly surrounded the Heavenly Clouds Mansion. The surrounding area was shrouded by the dense sword array. The sudden change shocked everyone. How could there be so many spiritual swords flying up and floating in the Heavenly Clouds Mansion's direction? Seeing so many spiritual tools, the Imperial Preceptor's pupils shrank. He felt that something was wrong. For them, spiritual tools were basically no different from garbage. They wouldn't pick them up even if they were thrown on the ground. But now there were tens of thousands of spiritual swords, so the significance was different, especially those that could fly in the air. 10,000 swords returned to origin. Eteonian suddenly opened his eyes, and a sword light burst out from his eyes. It was as if a real spiritual sword had shot out from his eyes. Under his control, tens of thousands of spiritual swords stabbed at an extremely fast speed. The speed was so fast that most cultivators couldn't see it. Although the Sword Master set didn't have any effect bonus, it could still exert the power of the wearer. This meant that these tens of thousands of spiritual swords were thrown by a void spirit stage powerhouse. Quick, retreat! The Imperial Preceptor roared in anger as he quickly erected a protective barrier to block the incoming spiritual swords. However, there are too many of them. Even a void spirit expert wouldn't be able to block all of them at once. Whoosh! Whoosh! But it was all too late. An astonishing number of spirit swords pierced through at high speed, and in an instant, large swathes of the Eagle Army were pierced with bloody holes. The bodies of the soldiers, standing on them, stiffened, and their eyes widened. Then they fell down from the eagles. The number of spiritual swords quickly increased, and in less than a moment, more than half of the Eagle Army was dead. A large amount of blood splashed down from the sky like a red waterfall. Similarly, Eteonian gained a lot of EXP, but because his cultivation was too low, it was too little for him. Even with the effect of 16 times, the EXP was still too little. But it was better than nothing, so he still had to activate Crazy Mode. Chapter 4:28. Tens of thousands of spiritual swords were of relatively low grade, but their power was definitely not weak. In the blink of an eye, more than 700 to 800 of the winged Eagle Army were gone. The remaining ones were able to survive largely because of the defense generals and the Grand Tutor. Otherwise, the remaining 200 to 300 people would have died long ago. Boom, boom, boom. The Grand Tutor and the others tried their best to resist these spiritual swords. Although it was not difficult to resist, it was not easy either. After all, there were too many of them. It could be said that there was no way to avoid them. How could they avoid them? They could only attack crazily and destroy these spiritual swords. Only by destroying these spirit swords would these spirit swords stop attacking. If they simply knocked them away, it would not have any effect. They would still attack crazily. However, the Grand Tutor and the others were strong. With a fierce wave of the sacred weapons in their hands, a large number of spiritual swords were broken and fell from the sky. However, after a batch was cut down, a new batch flew up from all directions and attacked fiercely again. There was no end to the crazy attacks. What kind of martial arts is this? How can it control so many spiritual swords? The Grand Tutor and the others were going crazy. These weapons did not cause any harm to them, but they caused great interference to their movements. The most important thing was that they had no time to help the Winged Eagle army. They were already struggling to resist the attacks of these spiritual swords. Damn it, the Winged Eagle army is going to be wiped out. The Grand Tutor's eyes were red. They had just brought people over, and they were already dead. This was too fast. They did not even see the other party's face, and they could already retreat. Damn it, I will kill my way over and destroy them. There are many spiritual swords, but they are too weak. Another Grand Tutor roared and waved the giant hammer in his hand. It turned into a golden light and swept around. A large number of spiritual swords were smashed into pieces. Then, he quickly flew over to the divine temple. Along the way, he smashed these spiritual swords crazily. They only had a little effect and could not hurt him at all. This was the reason why Tianyan did not change to the swordsman suit. In a real group battle, the swordsman suit was almost invincible. The premise was that the opponent's cultivation was relatively low. If the cultivation was slightly higher, these spiritual swords would not cause much damage. The grade of the weapon was too low. If it was a soul weapon or even a sacred weapon, then it would be different. The other party would not be able to destroy it easily, so they would be able to continuously attack it. The effect would naturally be different. Unfortunately, the effects of the swordsman equipment set were limited to this, unless one bought a high-grade equipment set. Although they couldn't avoid it, they didn't need to. They could destroy the spiritual sword with a single sweep. He would be invincible against those with lower cultivation, especially against these legions. Was it a competition of numbers? Then what he was competing on was whether he had enough weapons. There were quite a few cities in the surroundings, and it was possible to control spiritual swords to fly over within a range of 5 kilometers. Unless all the spiritual swords were gone, they could continuously control spiritual swords to fly over to replenish the consumption of the spiritual swords that they had destroyed. In any case, these spirit swords didn't belong to him, so it didn't matter if they were broken. Moreover, they belonged to the people of the Netherworld Empire, so it was already benevolent of him to just collect their weapons. If he killed his way through, he would really have to kill his way through. National protector, huh? Tianyan narrowed his eyes. The Ice Frost Divine bow appeared in his hand, and he quickly pulled it to its limit. A thick arrow appeared on the bowstring, and he aimed at the Protector General who was charging towards him, preparing to shoot. The surrounding spiritual swords were still crazily attacking and didn't stop at all. The surrounding spiritual swords didn't interfere with his other weapons, which meant that he could still use other weapons to attack, and these spiritual swords only needed a thought to attack at will. Go! A cold light burst out of Tianyan's eyes, and then the ice frost arrow in his hand shot out. The arrow had a battle power of up to 60 million, and this was the ultimate effect of the Ice Frost Divine Bow. Crack! Another crack appeared on the Ice Frost Divine Bow. It was almost reaching its limit, and if it continued to be used, it would break. Its durability was limited, and the explosive power was too strong, and if it continued to be used, it would definitely break. With his violent power, unless it was a sacred tool, it wouldn't be able to satisfy his power, and it wouldn't be able to release its true power. Perhaps a real expert could be very strong with a leaf, but it was only limited to a part of its power, and it wouldn't be able to completely burst out its power. Weapons were always an important partner, and if it couldn't keep up, then it wouldn't be able to fully exert its power and might as well use its own fist. Swish! An ice frost arrow pierced through, and when the National Protector fiercely swung his sledgehammer and rushed over, he immediately felt a sense of crisis. When he saw the ice frost arrow piercing through, his expression changed, and he quickly picked up the golden hammer and smashed it down, but the arrow had already blasted over. Boom! When the golden hammer smashed into the ice frost arrow, the effect completely exploded, and a cold air quickly enveloped the National Protector, and the entire area within a radius of 1 mile was enveloped by this overbearing cold air. Even those spiritual swords were frozen and fell from the sky. This cold air didn't distinguish between friend and foe, and as long as it touched it, it would freeze, whether it was one's own people or the enemy. After a while, when the cold air dissipated, the National Protector had already fallen from the sky and smashed onto the ground, completely broken into pieces. He was completely dead, and it was impossible to save him. In the distance, the National Master's expression changed, and when he saw this cold air, his heart suddenly trembled. Could it be that guy? His gaze focused, and he saw Eteonyan standing at the door from afar. The current Eteonyan had already changed his face, and he wasn't the mysterious powerhouse he saw before. However, this familiar power, this familiar attack, made him suspect that the Eteonyan in front of him was the lord of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Retreat! The National Master roared, bit his lips, and a stream of blood essence entered his body. Without hesitation, he turned around and fled. He didn't plan to stop, and he didn't plan to save the Winged Eagle army that was still alive. He didn't even care about the National Protector, and he turned around and fled. The other National Protector was stunned, but when he saw that the National Master had fled, he also quickly chased after him, ignoring the Winged Eagle army, and fled. One arrow could instantly kill his companion, so if he approached, he would undoubtedly end up like his companion. Due to the lack of 2 powerhouses to resist, the remaining Winged Eagle army was easily killed, and not a single one was left. A large army was completely annihilated, and not a single one was left. Bloody enough, ruthless enough. This was Eteonyan. Chapter 429. There was no need for anyone to make a move at all. The other party had already fled in panic, especially the Imperial Preceptor, who had turned around and fled without stopping. He ran as fast as he could. The Imperial Preceptor saw the Imperial Preceptor running away, so how could he not run? No matter how unwilling they were, they still chose to retreat. Eteonyan put down his ice divine bow and frowned. He didn't even have time to attack, but the Imperial Preceptor ran away in an instant. Because the distance between them was quite far, it would take some effort to catch up with them. But Eteonyan didn't chase after the Imperial Preceptor. If the Imperial Preceptor fell into the enemy's hands, it would be troublesome. They ran really fast. It would have been better if we had waited for them to get closer. Eteonyan shook his head. The people behind him were shocked. The Imperial Preceptor was killed in a blink of an eye. This kind of lethality was really amazing. Even the Imperial Preceptor was killed by an arrow. A single person could take on all of them. Did he really need their help? Isn't he too strong? Prince E. This. Could it be that Mansion Master is the Prince of the Heavenly Dragon Empire who defeated the Imperial Preceptor? Yes, I suddenly remembered something. The Netherworld Empire's army was defeated by the princes of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Mansion Master is a prince of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. How many princes are there in the Heavenly Dragon Empire? Is this true? Is our Imperial Preceptor that very strong Imperial Preceptor? Whether it was the Heaven's Top Mansion, Heavenly Jade Sect, or Spirit Sect, they suddenly remembered this matter. Tianyin didn't specifically mention this matter. In fact, there was no need to do so. But now they suddenly remembered this matter. The Imperial Preceptor was defeated by a prince from the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Could it be? There is only one Imperial Preceptor in the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Ranlong recovered from his shock. He smiled and said, "That is King Yi, your manor lord." Ranlong confirmed it for them, and they looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock. It was not a dream to be able to shake the entire Netherworld Empire by himself. Moreover, King Yi was their manor lord, the one who commanded them. All of a sudden, Yi Tianyun's prestige exploded in the entire Heavenly Clouds mansion. After learning about it, they worshipped him even more. It was not the first time that the Netherworld Empire was repelled by their palace lord, but it was the second time. This news was shocking. Those who didn't know much about Yi Tianyin before were now completely clear. He knew that his mansion lord was very powerful. He was able to scare away the Netherworld Empire's Imperial Preceptor. This is the world of the young. Our Spirit King will certainly lead us to glory and destroy the Netherworld Empire. The Spirit Race's old ancestor said excitedly. His old face was slightly red, and he was very excited. Yes, the Spirit King will certainly lead us to glory. The Spirit Race's people shouted loudly. They were more and more convinced that Yi Tianyin could lead them to glory. It was just a slogan before, but now it seemed that it would definitely come true. The first step to glory was to eradicate the Netherworld Empire. All of a sudden, everyone began to shout. Their prestige had reached its peak. Shi Shuiyun, who was standing next to Yi Tianyin, showed a faint smile. Her beautiful eyes were filled with admiration, but more than that, she was gratified. The waste who had no blood and chi in the past had now become a super expert who could fight against a Netherworld Empire. Thank you for your trust, but we can't be blindly confident and we can't be careless. Yi Tianyin said in a deep voice. The Imperial Preceptor probably recognized me, so he didn't dare to confront me head-on. It is very likely that he is hiding in the Netherworld Empire's capital, waiting for our arrival. The Netherworld Empire's capital is their territory, so there must be a lot of grand arrays around. So this is the real beginning. Before it ends, we must not be careless. Yi Tianyin was not particularly optimistic, nor was he particularly arrogant. He knew that he was a lot stronger now, but there were many things that he couldn't be careless about. He couldn't relax until the last moment. If he was hit by a dirty trick, then he would lose everything. Everyone nodded their heads and quickly calmed down, but they still couldn't suppress the excitement in their hearts. No wonder Yi Tianyin was so bold. With this kind of strength, who wouldn't be bold? If the Netherworld Empire didn't deal a heavy blow to the Netherworld Empire, they would think that they were invincible and could attack others unscrupulously. When the morale of the Netherworld Empire skyrocketed, the situation here once again spread to the entire Netherworld Empire. Many people saw that tens of thousands of spiritual swords floating in the air easily killed the Eagle Army, and even the Imperial Preceptor was forced to flee. For a time, the prestige of the Netherworld Empire fell to the bottom. Many cultivators had the idea of escaping from the Netherworld Empire. They didn't dare to stay here any longer. Once the Netherworld Empire fell, it would be the end of them, because the Heavenly Dragon Empire will not let the Netherworld Empire off. They will certainly lead an army to invade the Netherworld continent and take over the Netherworld continent. When the Imperial Preceptor rushed back to the Netherworld Empire's capital, he immediately knelt down in the main hall. He didn't dare to look at the Netherworld Emperor. Great Emperor, I don't have the face to see you. I thought that I was full of confidence, but I didn't expect that I would meet the opponent who could control tens of thousands of spiritual swords and easily killed our Eagle Army. Before he walked out of the gate, he confidently said that he would definitely be fine. If he lost, he wouldn't have the face to come back. Now he could only come back obediently, and it was a crushing defeat. I have already understood the situation. What kind of martial art is this? I have never seen such a strange martial art that can control tens of thousands of spiritual swords at once. The Netherworld Emperor looked at the Imperial Preceptor coldly and said, "It seems that this time someone has broken the record and successfully arrived at the Netherworld Empire's capital. I'm ashamed." The Nation Master's eyes were full of anger, but more than that, he was unwilling. "I originally wanted to fight with them, but I gave up the idea in the end because only in the Netherworld Imperial capital can I exert all my strength. Those who come here must die. If I can't stop them, then I am willing to perish together with them and never come back." The Imperial Preceptor, as a divine rune grandmaster, had arranged countless formations in the Netherworld Empire's capital. Chapter 430. After this little interlude, the Heavenly Cloud Shrine continued to fly towards the Netherworld Empire without stopping for a single moment. Of course, no one dared to intercept them along the way. Who would dare to confront Tianyin at this time? No one dares to confront Tianyin head-on. Anyone who dares to do so is courting death. Near the Heavenly Cloud Temple, there were a lot of spirit swords floating around him, but he quickly took them back to the Heavenly Cloud Temple. This consumption is really high. Tianyin took a deep breath. The consumption of controlling tens of thousands of spirit swords is really amazing. Fortunately, his cultivation is higher. If his cultivation is lower, he estimated that controlling a few thousand spirit swords would be his limit. If he forcibly controls many spirit swords, it will certainly consume a lot of spiritual power, and he won't be able to maintain it for too long. When a pile of spirit swords flew in and landed on the ground, stacking into a pile of spirit swords, Tianyin couldn't help but sigh. With the increase in grade, he can snatch the opponent's weapon with just a thought. This is really overbearing. If the weapon is snatched away immediately, what is the point of fighting? However, it is limited to the sword type of weapon. He can't control the rest. After all, this set is called Sword Master Set, not an all-rounder set. It can only control sword-shaped weapons, but it is already quite powerful. When he checked the Sin Shop, there is a new set of equipment on top of the Sword Master Set, just like the Evil Dragon set. After purchasing, there will be a new set, and this Sword Master Set is also the same. Sword Saint Set. 50 pieces of equipment can transform into Sword Saint. All long swords within 10 miles within the range of high-grade sacred tool are under your control. Can control up to 10,000 long swords. Comes with sword array. 10,000 swords as one. Consumes 100,000 crazy points to detonate all weapons, bursting out the power of all weapons to kill the enemy. Price is 1,000,000 Sin points. Sure enough, after buying a new set of Sin equipment, this set of equipment will appear, otherwise it will not appear. According to this deduction, the Evil God equipment set or the Sword Saint equipment set would only appear after the purchase of the Evil God equipment set. This kind of equipment that can only appear after buying a new set seems to be a bit fixed. If, as the level increases, higher grade of Sin equipment will appear. In this way, he can skip this low-grade set and buy a high-grade set. It seems that the reason I didn't buy it is because this set is too overpowered. Tianyin simply guessed. As for why this is the case, he is not very clear. In short, he can only buy them one by one. King Yi, how did you do it? How did you control so many spiritual swords to fend off the enemy? Rinlong couldn't help but ask. His question attracted the attention of many people. They had never seen such a powerful control ability. It wasn't a problem for cultivators who had reached the core transformation stage or above to fight with their swords, but they couldn't control so many weapons at the same time. Well, I can't really explain it clearly. It requires a very strong mental strength, and it must be matched with martial arts. Tianyin simply explained this is not nonsense. It does require a strong mental power to be able to control it perfectly. He felt that he had to consume a lot of mental power, otherwise he wouldn't be able to control it. Strong mental power? This requires a very high level of mental power. If I can cultivate it, it will be amazing. Ranlong's eyes were full of envy, but he didn't force Etienne to hand over a piece of sword Saint Etienne's sword. The others nodded in agreement. If they could control it like this, wouldn't they be invincible? If each of them could control 10,000 swords, who would dare to stop them? How do I say this? In fact, except for me, no one can cultivate it. Etienne smiled slightly. This was not wrong. It was simply the problem of this set of Swordmaster set. Without this set, he couldn't control so many swords. It's just that he can't give it to them. He can only equip it himself. These sets are not like other martial arts that can be bought from the shop and then given to them to cultivate. The set of Sinmal can only stay in the special equipment bar of Sinmal. It can't be taken out and given to them. If they could take it out at will, it would be against heaven's will. If they could just give a few sets to them, they would really be invincible. It's a pity that this can't be done. It's not that he is stingy. But some people don't believe what Etienne said. They may not be able to cultivate it, but Shi Shuiyun or Renlong can't. They didn't say it out loud. They could only think about it in their hearts. Renlong and the others didn't ask about it. They just nodded to show that they were very curious about it, but they didn't insist on it. Everyone has their own secrets. Even if they don't say it out loud, it's normal. Why should they share the things that they have worked so hard to get? In any case, when everyone saw how overbearing Etienne was, they felt that as long as Etienne is by their side, they will definitely win this battle. Even if they can't win, at least they can severely damage the Netherworld Empire. Then they all began to prepare, because soon they will arrive at the Netherworld Empire, a place that many forces can't get close to. They were completely killed outside before they could even get close to it. This is how terrifying the Netherworld Empire's capital is. As time went by, they quickly approached the Netherworld Empire's capital. From afar, they could see the huge city of the Netherworld Empire's capital. An invisible aura emanated from the distance, giving people a very oppressive feeling. It doesn't look much different from an ordinary city, but it can give people a sense of oppression. Those with low cultivation are fine, but those with slightly higher cultivation will feel a bit oppressive. This is the difference in the realm. The effect is different. Get ready to arrive at the Netherworld Empire's capital. Etienne looked at the huge Netherworld Empire's capital. His heart couldn't help but beat faster. He was ready to meet the Netherworld Empire's capital head-on. This is a 4th grade force. It will more or less be a little excited. The others also felt the same. Their hearts were beating faster. A little carelessness will lead to death. How can they not be nervous? On the wall of the Netherworld Empire's capital in the distance, the Imperial Master held a magic wand and stared at them like a poisonous snake. He sneered and said, "If I can't deal with you in my territory, then I really should kill myself." The next moment, he fiercely poked the ground. Boom! The whole wall made a rumbling sound, followed by a dark force that quickly extended from the wall to the ground. In less than a moment, a huge black formation suddenly appeared on the ground under the Heavenly Cloud Palace. Chapter 431. A pitch-black formation suddenly emerged from the ground, and a towering black beam of light gushed out, pierced through the ground, and bombarded the Skycloud Shrine. Boom, boom, boom. When this terrifying black beam of light bombarded the Heavenly Cloud Shrine, the huge Heavenly Cloud Shrine was like a live target that was easily hit. The entire Heavenly Cloud Shrine shook violently as if it was about to fall from the sky at any time. However, it only shook constantly and could still continue to fly forward. However, when it flew out of this great array's attack, another great array gushed out from the ground and continued to fiercely attack the Heavenly Cloud Shrine. Such a big shrine, but you still dare to fly here. You are simply courting death. I guarantee that you will not be able to fly half the distance before you are shot down. National Master sneered, "You can control the spirit, swords to attack, but I can control all the great arrays here. Let's see how you can get close." National Master continued to control the great array to attack fiercely. As long as the Heavenly Cloud Shrine flew out of the great array, the next great array would immediately start. It was as if this area had been filled with formations, sealing off all the paths. As long as they continued to fly forward, they would definitely be attacked by so many great arrays. No wonder they could not get close to the Netherworld Imperial capital and died on the way. This was similar to the Spirit Sword Great Array's attack, which was numerous and could be attacked from a distance. This National Master really has some skills. No wonder he escaped to control the Great Array here, right? Yi Tianyin looked at National Master in the distance and revealed a trace of a sneer, still calm and unruffled. Spirit King, although the power of these attacks is not very strong, if I continue to be attacked, I can imagine that my defense will be broken halfway and I will fall down. The Spirit Race Old Ancestor looked solemn. The outer shield could withstand many attacks, but it also consumed a lot of energy. According to the current situation, it would not last for too long. It was not that the Jade Spirit Stones were insufficient, but the Great Array had been destroyed and it was very difficult to repair. It could not be easily repaired in a short time. The speed of destruction was far faster than the speed of repair. Everyone looked at Yi Tianyin with a solemn expression, wondering if Yi Tianyin had any ideas. If he couldn't come up with a solution, they could only return to the Heavenly Cloud Shrine and wait outside the Grand Array to find a solution. Don't worry, I've already predicted this. Otherwise, the Imperial Tutor wouldn't have chosen to escape in such a humiliating situation. Yi Tianyin sneered. He raised his hand and threw it into the air. A huge stone tablet fell down from the sky and heavily pressed on the ground. After this huge stone tablet was pressed down, it created a huge pit in the ground with a dong sound. Following that, rings of light were released, suppressing a large area of the Great Formation. It was no longer able to spew out the black pillars of light, as if it had lost its effect. Tyrant's stone tablet. When everyone saw this stone steel, the Spirit Race immediately knew what it was. Their eyes lit up. This Overlord Stone Steel could really deal with great formations. The Overlord Stone Steel could nullify Grandmaster Divine Runes. These great formations were not Grandmaster Divine Runes, so it could suppress and nullify them. The Imperial Tutor was a Grandmaster Divine Rune Grandmaster, but it didn't mean that he could carve Grandmaster Divine Runes on all great formations. Moreover, Grandmaster Divine Runes were not bad, but they were easily nullified by the Overlord Stone Steel. I almost forgot that the Spirit King can control the Overlord Stone Steel. No wonder he was so calm. The Spirit Race's Old Ancestor laughed. This meant that they could fly all the way to the Netherworld Imperial capital without suffering from this crazy attack. As I said, they are prepared, but I also came prepared. Yi Tianyin said in a deep voice, I have to be responsible for all of you. It's not my style to let you die so casually. I want to win, not lose. Even if I can't win, at least I can retreat unscathed. Everyone was excited. Sure enough, this was their king. What's going on? Someone can control the Overlord Stone Steel? When the Imperial Tutor saw the Overlord Stone Steel, his face became very ugly. He had attacked the Spirit Race for the Overlord Stone Steel and other resources. After searching for a long time, he still couldn't find the Overlord Stone Steel. He didn't expect that someone had already taken it and used it in front of him, suppressing his great formation. As a result, the Heavenly Cloud Shrine had entered a place where no one could stop them. Compared to the time when he had to sway his way in, it was much better. Imperial Tutor, what should we do? Should we send archers to shoot them down? The Imperial Protector General, next to him, said, Do you think we can win if we get close to them? The Imperial Tutor said in a deep voice. The Imperial Protector General was startled. He thought of the tens of thousands of spiritual swords. If he sent people to attack them, they would definitely die. But if we don't do this, do we just watch them approach? The Imperial Protector General said in a deep voice, Of course not. The Overlord Stone Steel has a special effect. It only works on Master-level Divine Runes. It has no effect on Grandmaster-level Divine Runes. The real show is coming. Let them be proud of themselves for a while." The imperial tutor sneered. "Our Netherworld Empire's foundation is not limited to this." The heavenly cloud temple quickly flew forward, and Tianyin continued to control the Overlord's stone tablet to suppress the divine runes along the way, making them unimpeded. When they were halfway through the heavenly cloud shrine, the imperial tutor smiled sinisterly. It seemed like he already knew that they were going to die. But at this time, the heavenly cloud shrine slowly landed in the middle of the heavenly cloud shrine. The smile on the imperial tutor's face froze. He didn't know what Tianyin wanted to do. Tianyin raised his hand, and tens of thousands of spiritual swords flew forward. Whoosh! 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 The swords pierced through the heavenly cloud shrine like tens of thousands of sharp arrows. Their target was all the soldiers on the city wall. Since they were very close to the heavenly cloud shrine, they were all within the attack range. Not good. The wand in the imperial preceptor's hand emitted a black light. With a sudden pressure, a large area of the array was instantly activated. A black aura rushed out from the array like a giant dragon. It whizzed out and used its huge black physique to block the attack of the spiritual sword. With a fierce fling, a large number of spirit swords were shattered into pieces. It was not difficult at all. The black smoke was too strong. From afar, it looked like a netherworld dragon was flying in the air and blocking the imperial tutor's attack. Immediately, Tianyin recalled all the spiritual swords. He only killed a few soldiers. Most of them were blocked by the netherworld dragon. Chapter 432. The Netherworld Empire had a very famous formation, the Dark Dragon Formation. Many people had only heard of it, but they had never seen it. The Dark Dragon Formation was very powerful. It belonged to the Grandmaster level formation, and it was almost impossible to break it. If anyone had seen it, they would not be able to survive. Dark Dragon Formation. Grandmaster level formation. It can draw out the power of the Dark Dragon from the ground and turn it into a shadow of the Dark Dragon to attack. It can also spit out netherworld fire to destroy everything. Cultivation level. Second level of Void Spirit Stage. Combat power. 37 million. Weakness. Destroy the formation, or use the Yang Fire to kill the Dark Dragon. The Dark Dragon, summoned by the Dark Dragon Formation, was even stronger than the one summoned by Tianyin. It didn't mean that the Heavenly Dragon's secret treasure was weak, but Tianyin still couldn't exert his full strength. The Heavenly Dragon's secret treasure could protect the Heavenly Dragon Empire, but the Dark Dragon Formation couldn't form a shield to protect the Netherworld Imperial Capital. This is the Dark Dragon Formation. As long as we don't destroy it, it won't die. The Spirit Race Patriarch's expression was solemn. This was not something that could be easily dealt with. Sure enough, in his territory, he has the complete advantage. Compared to the Heavenly Dragon's secret treasure, he is not inferior. Rinlong said solemnly. He already knew that the Imperial Master was very powerful, but now he saw it for himself. Just like the rumors said, the Imperial Master was the real Imperial Master in his own territory. In the outside world, he could only be regarded as an expert with good cultivation, but not the Imperial Master. In the Netherworld Imperial Capital, the Imperial Master could be regarded as the real Imperial Master. Everyone's face was solemn, but they had already thought of many solutions. Spirit King, let me break this formation. As long as this formation is broken, the Dark Dragon will be suppressed by me. If we don't break this formation, the Dark Dragon will continue to attack crazily, which will cause great harm to us. Spirit Race Old Ancestor said. This was similar to summoning the Heavenly Dragon. As long as the Heavenly Dragon was not restrained, it would continue to attack crazily. Although its cultivation was not high, it would not die, and it could cause great harm to the surroundings. There's no need. It's just a small worm. It's nothing to me. Tianyin smiled faintly and said, "The speed of breaking the formation is too slow." Once we crush this little worm to death, there won't be any problems. Everyone was stunned. Could it be that Tianyan wanted to become that evil dragon? Tianyan had yet to move, but the abyss dragon was already charging towards them. The huge body of the dragon caused everyone's expression to darken. While they were discussing the plan, the Imperial Preceptor had already ordered the abyss dragon to attack. He would not wait until their plan was completed before ordering the abyss dragon to attack. I'll let you have a taste of the pain you felt when the heavenly dragon coiled around you. No matter how you kill it, you can't kill it. The Grand Tutor's eyes were cold. Previously, he had been troubled by Sky Dragon. Now, he could finally let the other party have a good taste of it. As long as the Nether Dragon Great Array was activated, it would be able to move within a large area. Thus, it would be able to attack from a distance. Everyone was ready to resist the Abyss Dragon. They all took out their own weapons and were ready to attack fiercely. Tianyan stretched out his hand to stop them and said indifferently, "Just leave it to me." After saying that, he took a step forward and suddenly raised his hand. With a xiong sound, a flame burned crazily. It was not big, just a small flame, roughly the size of a fist. It looked really inconspicuous, and one could only vaguely feel the heat of the flame. Seeing that the Abyss Dragon was about to attack, Tianyan was still very calm. There was a flame in his hand. When the Abyss Dragon opened its mouth to bite, Tianyan gently threw the flame in his hand forward, and it fell into the huge mouth of the Abyss Dragon. When this scene fell into everyone's eyes, many of the enemies laughed. A small flame dares to compete with the flame of the Netherworld. It's completely seeking death. The Abyss Dragon swallowed them all and killed all these invaders. A group of idiots. This time they will die. The Netherworld Imperial capital will never be conquered. They were very confident in the Abyss Dragon. In their opinion, the Abyss Dragon was invincible and absolutely immortal. Therefore, throwing this small flame really had no effect. It would only add a few more flames to the Abyss Dragon. The Imperial Master showed a trace of a sneer. Flame against flame. I have seen idiots, but I have never seen such an idiot. They had already seen the Abyss Dragon swallow the flame and continue to open its mouth to bite Tianyan, who was standing in the front. The old ancestor of the spirit race behind him changed his expression and quickly rushed to help resist. In addition to the spirit race old ancestor, Renlong and the others didn't hesitate to rush forward to help Tianyan. Even if they knew that Tianyan's cultivation was higher than Tianyan, they still rushed forward to help Tianyan. Shown. The moment the Abyss Dragon bit down, it suddenly burst into flames. The whole huge Abyss Dragon began to burn crazily from the head down. Soon, the whole Abyss Dragon was completely burned and completely turned into a large ball of flame. After a while, the Abyss Dragon was burned to ashes. Even if it was just the energy, it could be burned away. What was left was a large ball of inextinguishable flame, falling from the sky like a group of fireballs, smashing down in all directions, burning the ground. In the blink of an eye, the place became a sea of fire, burning the ground. Many large arrays began to crack under the inextinguishable flame, as if they were about to collapse. I said that I don't need help. Leave this place to me. A mere insect. How dare you be arrogant in front of me? Tianyan smiled indifferently and walked forward into the large array area. This scene caused everyone to be dumbfounded. A small ball of flame was able to burn such a huge Abyss Dragon. It was simply unbelievable. This small flame should have been swallowed up. Instead, the whole Abyss Dragon was burned. How is this possible? How can my flame of the Netherworld not deal with that small flame? The Imperial Master was shocked. He felt that the small flame was very weak, but he did not expect it to be so domineering. The inextinguishable flame was a fire of extreme hardness. Although the flame of the Netherworld was more feminine, it was still far from being the softest fire. Under the restraint of this fire of extreme hardness, it was instantly killed. Tianyan did not bother to answer him. His eyes flashed, and a blue light flashed in his eyes. He instantly opened his third eye. What appeared in front of him was the large master level large array. Perhaps it would be difficult for him to repair it or engrave it, but destroying it was much easier than engraving it. Chapter 433. Although the dark dragon was easily burned, the dark dragon formation was not limited to this. It was much more flexible than the secret treasure of the heavenly dragon, but it lacked in power. At present, it was already the limit, and the consumption was astonishing. It could only control one dark dragon at most, and no more. As long as the secret treasure of the heavenly dragon recognized its master, it could control the secret treasure of the heavenly dragon. As its cultivation increased, it could control stronger sky dragons. In terms of level, the secret treasure of the heavenly dragon was definitely much stronger. However, it was too difficult to control it. If it could not recognize its master, it would have no effect at all. After the dark dragon was killed, the dark dragon formation would be damaged, which was the simplest and most brutal way to break the formation. Once it was completely killed, the dark dragon formation would be damaged to a certain extent, so it still had a big weakness. Damn, what kind of flame is this again? The Imperial Master roared. This was the dark dragon formation that he was most proud of. Although it was not as good as the secret treasure of the heavenly dragon, it was quite close. He was very unwilling to be killed so easily. Soon he controlled the dark dragon formation again and quickly condensed a dark dragon, which rushed over here crazily, but its momentum seemed to be a little weaker than before. After it was completely killed, its power was suddenly greatly reduced. At this time, Yi Tianyan began to explore the formation cores of the dark dragon formation with his heavenly eye. He wanted to know where the formation cores were. As long as they were destroyed quickly, this terrifying dark dragon formation would still be very fragile. One of the formation cores is 10 feet away from your left. At this time, Yi Qingshuan's voice sounded in his ears. Without looking, Yi Tianyan knew that Yi Qingxian was also using her heavenly eye to help him find the formation cores. If they wanted to attack together, they had to break the formation, so it was impossible to do it quickly with his strength alone. The old ancestor of the spirit tribe entered the formation and began to look for a way to break it. Although the old ancestor's strength had not recovered to its peak, it was not a problem for him to find a flaw in the formation core. After all, he was also a divine rune grandmaster, and he was not a decoration. Okay. Yi Tianyan calmed down. Things were different with help, and the speed of his search increased by a lot. After finding it, he raised a ball of immortal flame in his hand and quickly threw it towards the eye of the needle. With a bang sound, the eye of the array was instantly burned to ashes. Then, with a loud bang, the formation was completely gone. This meant that the Abyss Dragon's power had dropped by a great deal. Sure enough, the Dark Dragon's cultivation dropped to the first level of Void Spirit stage, and its battle prowess dropped significantly. This was one of the disadvantages of the formation. If the formation was damaged, the effect would be greatly reduced. The Heavenly Dragon's secret treasure would not have such a situation unless the Heavenly Dragon's secret treasure was damaged. But how could a divine artifact be so easily destroyed? They couldn't even take it away, let alone destroy it. Scram, little worm! Yi Tianyan threw out a ball of fire, and with a boom, the Abyss Dragon was burnt to ashes once again. The death of the Abyss Dragon damaged the Abyss Dragon Great Formation in the entire region. Cracks appeared on it, and its power decreased once more. The National Preceptor's face became more and more ugly. As long as one was not blind, he knew that he had no advantage at all. The terrifying Dark Dragon Great Array was easily suppressed by Yi Tianyan and the Spirit Race without killing a single Spirit Race member. This was definitely a record in the history of the Dark Dragon Great Array. Once the Abyss Dragon came out, corpses would be everywhere. But now it was constantly being burned to ashes, and the formation was gradually being damaged. National Preceptor, what should we do now? If this continues, our Abyss Dragon Great Formation will be completely destroyed. The National Protector's face was gloomy. They had made a promise to the Netherworld Emperor that if they couldn't stop the enemy's attack, they would rather commit suicide than escape. It seems that we have to do it ourselves. The National Preceptor's eyes flickered with golden light, and the divine runes on his body released bursts of light, followed by a pung-pung-pung sound. The National Preceptor's aura became more and more powerful as the divine runes exploded. This was the same effect as the divine runes of the ancestors in the Divine Rune Mansion. They all had piles of divine runes carved on their bodies, and after exploding, they would release the greatest effect, increasing their strength to an astonishing degree. This meant that the National Preceptor was really going all out. He wanted to use his strongest power to deal with Tianyan. If he didn't do this, even if he managed to escape, he would still die. The Netherworld Emperor would not leave behind trash. Then the National Preceptor took out a blood pill. When the National Protector saw this, he said in shock, "National Preceptor, you used the blood-stimulating pill. This, even if you win, your cultivation will fall by a lot." The effect of the blood-stimulating pill was simple and violent. It completely stimulated the power of one's blood essence, and the effect was that one's cultivation would fall by a lot, and it would take a long time to recover. This was a forbidden pill, and it would take a long time to recover. The National Preceptor didn't answer. He stuffed it into his mouth and swallowed it, and then squeezed out a sentence, "If I don't eat it, I will die if I lose. I can make up for the decline in my cultivation, but what if I die?" As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly stomped on the ground, and with a bang, a hole appeared in the sturdy city wall. He rushed over with the magic wand in his hand. The nether dragon under the ground rushed up in an instant and drilled into his body. The next moment he turned into a nether dragon and fiercely pressed down on Tianyan. The sky instantly became incomparably dark, and the surroundings were densely covered with dark clouds. The oppressive and terrifying power constantly attacked. Compared to the previous attack of the nether dragon, it was much stronger. Under the layers of stacking, the National Preceptor's battle power had reached the level of 98 million. Combining all of his strength, the National Preceptor's strength had reached a level that defied the natural order, far exceeding the limit of his usual strength. Sure enough, under the layers of eruption, his strength was far beyond his usual strength. The old ancestor of the spirit race and the others felt so powerless. They felt that if they were pressed down by the nether dragon, they would definitely die. However, Tianyan smiled. "Even if you fuse with this nether dragon, you will still be a small worm." He laughed, and with a light step he rushed up. His eyes burst out a bright light, and he suddenly aimed at the nether dragon and punched it across the air. Dragon God Fist! Boom! A huge fist light spurted out and turned into a huge fist. In an instant, the fist light enveloped the nether dragon, and as soon as it touched it, the nether dragon completely dissipated. Then the National Preceptor was smashed down from the sky like a meteorite and heavily hit the ground. With a bang, a huge fist print appeared on the ground. Instant kill. Chapter 434. The Imperial Preceptor was smashed into the ground by Tianyan's fist, and when the explosion dissipated, a huge fist mark appeared in front of him. The Imperial Preceptor was lying in the fist mark, motionless. It should be said that he couldn't move at all. Under this heavy punch, the Imperial Preceptor was on the verge of death. All the bones in his body were broken, and his body was flattened. If it wasn't for his body being slightly harder, he would have been smashed into meat paste by this punch. 176 million combat power. If not me, who else can beat him? With his strength at the first level of Void Spirit stage, he directly detonated the 16 times crazy damage mode, reaching a combat power of 176 million. He didn't even use his full strength, but he had already reached such a shocking value. If he used his full strength, who knows what kind of power he would have. Under such a violent power, the Imperial Preceptor was seriously injured and was on the verge of death. The The Imperial Preceptor couldn't speak clearly. He could only spit out some words, and vaguely heard some words. Everyone was stunned. Such a domineering Imperial Preceptor was defeated by a single punch. It seems that he won't live for long. No matter how long he can live, at least he has lost the ability to resist. And without any resistance, killing him will be a piece of cake. Imperial Preceptor. The Imperial Protector was completely dumbfounded, and so were the surrounding generals. Such an overbearing Imperial Preceptor was defeated with a single punch, which meant that the cultivation of this young man in front of them was heaven-defying. He was definitely stronger than the Imperial Preceptor by several levels, reaching an astonishing standard. Is he at the peak of Void's Spirit stage, or even Spirit King stage? This is really unbelievable. Rinlong and the others couldn't believe it. They have seen Yi Tianyun's strength with their own eyes before. He had to transform into an evil dragon to deal with the Imperial Preceptor, and at most he could only fight to a draw. At that time, the Imperial Preceptor didn't use his full strength, but now that he used his full strength, he was instantly killed. In such a short period of time, can he suddenly become so powerful? Damn, how did Brother Yi cultivate? How did he become so powerful? Before, he was able to fight to a draw, but now he can kill him in a split second. How did he cultivate? No, wait until this is over. I must ask him for advice, even if I have to be thick-skinned to ask him. Rinlong was really envious of this power. Who wouldn't want to have this kind of power that could crush his opponent with a single punch? When Shi Shuiyun and the others saw this scene, they realized that they didn't even need to do anything. Yi Tianyun alone was enough to crush everything. Yi Tianyun descended from the sky and stood beside Imperial Preceptor, staring at him coldly. Unfortunately, you've lost. In the next moment, a long sword appeared in Yi Tianyun's hand, and he stabbed it into the Imperial Advisor's chest. With a poochie sound, the sword easily entered his body and ended his life. He didn't waste his breath on him and just wanted to kill him. Crazy mode consumes a lot of crazy point, so Yi Tianyun didn't hesitate to kill it. Ding! Successfully killed the Imperial Preceptor. Reward: 132 million EXP, 60,000. 000 Crazy Point, 10,000. 000 SBS, 10,000. 000 Divine Rune Proficiency. Reward: Netherworld Divine Palm, Netherworld Divine Secret Art, Divine Rune Golden Body Secret Art. Reward: Dragon Subduing Flag, Netherworld Dragon Array, Netherworld Magic Wand, High-Grade Sacred Tool, Netherworld Divine Armor, High-Grade Sacred Tool, Netherworld Boots, High-Grade Sacred Tool, Netherworld Soul, Rare, Netherworld Bone, Rare. A total of 132 million EXP directly exploded. But it's not surprising to reach this level, because the stacking of EXP is as high as 116 times. 50x EXP card, 30x EXP card, 20x EXP card, plus 16x crazy mode is enough to make the experience explode. Yi Tianyun didn't buy 10x and 5x EXP card. Although stacking EXP is great, the price is too expensive. It's not worth it. This is the result of buying too much before, causing a sharp increase in crazy point. It's not worth it to buy later. Unless he's rich, he doesn't have much crazy point right now, so he needs to save as much as possible. Plus, he still needs to buy a lot of EXP cards, so he can't buy more. He must use all the EXP cards he has to enter the Netherworld Imperial Capital. He must not waste this opportunity. Not bad. Yi Tianyun's eyes lit up. Seeing his EXP quickly filling up, he was excited. This kind of huge increase in EXP, no one will feel bored. After the Imperial Preceptor was killed, the Dark Dragon Great Array immediately lost its effect. Except for the Imperial Preceptor, no one can control the Dark Dragon Great Array. So the Dark Dragon Great Array is basically useless. The Imperial Preceptor is dead. The Imperial Preceptor is dead. The people on Yi Tianyun's side cheered. The second strongest Imperial Preceptor is dead, so they can attack the Netherworld Imperial capital. The Imperial Protector General who was guarding inside was shocked and said, "Hurry up and inform the Netherworld Great Emperor that the Imperial Preceptor is dead. The Dark Dragon Great Array has lost its effect. Let the Netherworld Great Emperor come to support us, or we won't be able to hold it." The Imperial Preceptor is dead. It's impossible for them to resist the enemy's invasion, so they can only ask for help from the Netherworld Great Emperor. If the Netherworld Great Emperor can't kill them, then the Netherworld Empire is really finished. After receiving the order, the guard immediately flew to find the Netherworld Great Emperor and ask for support. The death of the Imperial Preceptor was too big a blow to them, and the morale of the army was completely in chaos. "Let's go! Kill the Netherworld Imperial capital!" Tianyin shouted, and his voice spread throughout the area. Everyone who stayed in the Heavenly Clouds mansion rushed out of the palace and rushed to the Netherworld Imperial capital. They finally got this moment. Those who should take revenge, those who should make meritorious deeds, they should make meritorious deeds, and they should completely destroy the Netherworld Imperial capital. While flying forward, Tianyin quickly pinched a hand seal, and suddenly the entire Dark Dragon Great Array lit up, and a huge dark dragon flew out. Because the Dark Dragon Great Array was weakened a lot, its cultivation was only at the 8th or 9th level of core transformation stage, so it looked a lot smaller. The sudden change made the Imperial Protector General ecstatic, thinking that someone could control the Dark Dragon Great Array to continue fighting the enemy. Although they didn't know who it was, they could resist for a while. The Heavenly Clouds Mansion's people were scared off, thinking that the Netherworld Imperial capital would send reinforcements. Who knew that before the people in the Nether Emperor's capital cheered, the Nether Dragon whizzed toward the Nether Emperor's capital, opened its mouth, and spewed out a stream of nether fire, attacking the generals on the city wall. "Ah, ah, ah!" For a time, screams could be heard. Many people fled, and the soldiers were instantly burned to ashes. Instantly, everyone was stunned. Why would the Abyss Dragon attack them? Chapter 435. Ding! Successfully killed the Netherworld General. Reward: 3 million EXP, 18,000 CPS, 1,500 SPs. Obtained Exploding Flame Fist, Cloud Power Sword Art Heavenly Jump. Reward: 10,000 EXP Pill, Heavenly Fall Sword, High-Grade Soul Tool, Heavenly Silkworm Armor. Ding! Successfully killed the Netherworld General. Reward: 1 million EXP, 16,000 CPS, 1,300 SPs. Obtained Martial Art. Ding! The Netherworld Dragon that was controlled by Tianyin rushed forward. It was supposed to be the Imperial Guardian Array, but now it has become Tianyin's killing move. Not only that, but Tianyin also summoned a giant dragon and an earth dragon, and both of them rushed forward crazily, killing all the guards on the wall one after another. Both of them are about to break through to Void Spirit Stage. As long as there is no Void Spirit Stage cultivator to intercept them, they are invincible. Both sides were dumbfounded. After a while, Rinlong laughed. "I didn't expect to be attacked by my own Netherworld Dragon Array. This is ridiculous." Rinlong and the others didn't just stand by and watch. When they saw that the Netherworld Dragon didn't attack them, they immediately rushed forward and quickly killed their way into the Netherworld Imperial capital. The enemy couldn't break into the Imperial capital, but now they have broken the impression that the Netherworld Imperial capital is unbreakable. For a time, everyone rushed in. Shi Shuiyun and the others who have high cultivation level can resist the attacks. The disciples behind them will deal with the weaker ones, but Tianyin alone is enough to deal with a lot of people. The periphery of the Netherworld Imperial capital quickly fell as if it has turned into a hell. But no one will be lenient. The Netherworld Empire's fierceness has long been known, especially the cultivators living in the Netherworld Imperial capital. Each of them is extremely arrogant and ruthless. They have a high status here, and their hands are stained with the blood of many innocent people. It can be said that they are extremely overbearing. If they don't have a certain status, it is impossible for them to live here. The Netherworld Imperial Capital is not a place where anyone can come and go at will, let alone the market outside. If you don't have a certain amount of military merit, you can't live here. It meant that those who stayed here were all ruthless people, the lackeys of the Netherworld Imperial Capital. Getting rid of them would be the best way to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. All of them acted decisively, killing those who deserved to be killed. Those who were heavily injured would be killed by those behind them, finishing them off. Su Fei led a group of cultivators and quickly killed their way into the city. After attacking the city gate, they immediately carried out a cleanup operation. The disciples he led were like ferocious tigers, fiercely charging into the enemy's midst, and began a frenzied slaughter. Su Fei's kills would also give Yi Tianyan a lot of experience. Apart from the items that he couldn't give, he wouldn't be lacking anything else. He could also enjoy the effects of the experience card, and the explosive experience points kept coming. Don't go this way. Evacuate this way. Su Fei shouted and quickly led the cultivators to retreat to the side. Not long after they left, a group of reinforcements came charging at them. Their cultivations were much higher than theirs. However, by the time they arrived, Su Fei had already led his men to avoid this crisis and did not fall into a bitter battle. This group of relatively strong reinforcements was immediately cleaned up by Yi Tianyan and turned into a lot of experience points. Su Fei's ability to sense danger was very strong. After perceiving the danger, he immediately fled. It was as if he could sense the enemy's intention and had already evacuated before they launched a sneak attack. Similarly, the female disciples, led by Yi Qingxian and Shi Shun, were also ruthless. They didn't look like delicate women at all. Every time they attacked, they would stab at the fatal spot. Obviously, they were well trained. Those with low cultivation bases certainly couldn't participate in this battle and could only choose to stay in the heavenly cloud shrine. Every one of them with good cultivation bases was a leader, leading the elite disciples to kill their way up. This was the principle of training soldiers for 1,000 days and using them in a single moment. Each of them fought bravely, advancing all the way to the front and killing the Netherworld Imperial Capital's cultivators. They wanted to tell Yi Tianyan that although their strength was far inferior to Yi Tianyun's, they also wanted to serve Yi Tianyan. They were all grateful. Yi Tianyan had always done so much for the sect, so they naturally wanted to repay Yi Tianyan. Among them, there was a team that was the most courageous, and that was the team led by Shi Shuyun. Along the way, Shi Shuyun is like a sharp sword stabbing inside. The thin sword in Shi Shuyun's hand is turned into a sword light, easily slashing around. Her white dress flutters gently in the air, looking so beautiful. But when this figure gently fell, it was the end of her life. After these days of cultivation, Shi Shuyun's cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. She had reached the peak of Spirit Core stage and was about to break through to Core transformation stage. Although she was not as good as Yi Tianyan, it was already very heaven-defying. In the entire heavenly cloud mansion, Shi Shuyun's cultivation was the fastest. She was also very young, much younger than most of the people. If she was given more time, she would have no problem breaking through to Core transformation stage. Let alone Shi Shuyun, no one present could compare with Yi Tianyan. He could level up as long as he gained experience, so there was no point in comparing with him. And when Yi Tianyan saw Shi Shuyun working so hard, his heart slightly tightened. He was worried that something bad would happen to Shi Shuyun, but it was all just him thinking too much. Shi Shuyun's movement technique and swordsmanship were amazing. As long as she was at the same level, no one could resist her attack. The Core transformation stage experts were left to Renlong and the others, so within the Spirit Core stage, Shi Shuyun was invincible. With the crazy killing, they quickly pushed to the front of the Imperial Palace. Their real destination was inside the imperial palace, not outside. The Netherworld Great Emperor stayed in the imperial palace for so long, but he didn't come out, which made Tianyin feel very strange. He didn't believe that the guards didn't report the situation outside. Even if they didn't, how could the Netherworld Great Emperor not know about the situation outside? Unless the Netherworld Great Emperor was in seclusion, he would definitely know about the situation outside. It was just that after such a long time, no one came out, which was very strange. Could it be that the Netherworld Great Emperor was plotting something inside? Tianyin's eyes flashed, and he waved his hand to signal the people behind him not to follow him. Just when he was about to fly into the imperial palace, a majestic voice came from the sky. "Don't you dare break into the imperial palace." A huge palm pressed down from the clouds in the sky, like a huge black cloud blocking the sky. Compared to Prime Minister Long and the imperial preceptor, this palm was several times stronger, maybe even more than 10 times stronger. Chapter 436. The huge Netherworld Divine Palm was extremely shocking. The huge palm descending from the sky seemed to be the complete version of the real Netherworld Divine Palm, displaying its power to the extreme. There were fine lines on the huge palm. It really looked like a huge giant's palm pressing down from the sky. It was accompanied by a terrifying pressure. When it pressed down from the sky, it gave them a great sense of oppression, and even more so, they felt that death was approaching. They were clearly standing in the distance, and it seemed that they had already left the attack range, but they still felt such a sense of fear. They couldn't help but retreat a large distance, barely feeling that the sense of crisis had disappeared a lot, but they could still feel a terrifying power which made their hearts tremble. Only Tianyin didn't move. He just looked at the huge palm pressing down, as if he was scared silly by the Netherworld Divine Palm. The Netherworld Divine Palm used by the Netherworld Great Emperor is not bad. 90 million battle power, it's really overbearing. I don't know how much power the Netherworld Great Emperor used in this palm. This palm was as high as 90 million battle power, containing a very strong lethality. No wonder the surrounding practitioners could smell the breath of death. This power could definitely kill them with one slap. The terrifying power was far from what they could bear. Just this palm alone was at least at the peak of the void spirit stage. It was not surprising that the Netherworld Great Emperor could have such power. Soon after, he flipped his hand and punched out. A terrifying fist rushed upwards. This punch was the same as the one that killed the imperial preceptor. It easily broke through the huge palm. The huge Netherworld Divine Palm was destroyed, just like that. At the same time, the huge fist fell towards the palace in front, and when it was about to hit the palace, an angry roar burst out. "Get out of my way!" After the roar, a terrifying Netherworld power soared into the sky and dispersed the rest of the attack. When the Netherworld power soared into the sky, it turned into a flame that enveloped the center of the imperial city. It was this terrifying flame that offset the rest of Tianyin's attack. In fact, after destroying the Netherworld Divine Palm, only 60 to 70 million battle power was left. So it was not surprising that the opponent could easily resist it. Netherworld Flame, Cold Flame, Middle Grade, Earth Grade Flame. After being burned, the Cold Flame will invade the body and freeze the internal organs. This was the Netherworld Flame. Its grade was not low either, reaching the Middle Grade, Earth Grade, the same level as the Inextinguishable Flame. It was just that the Immortal Flame was clearly of a higher grade than the Netherworld Flame, because the Immortal Flame was an extremely hard flame and belonged to the category that restrained the Netherworld Flame. The grade was the same, but the rarity of the flames was different. It was the same for cultivators. Cultivation was the same, but it also depended on age and talent. Both of them were at the first level of core transformation stage, but one was only 16 years old, while the other was 40 years old. It was obvious that the 16 years old was extremely talented, and the speed of growth was completely different. The Netherworld Fire? It seems like the Netherworld Great Emperor is unwilling to come out of this palace. Tianyin squinted as he looked at the flame. Just by continuing to burn, its power was already as high as 100 million battle power. If he didn't have crazy mode, he really wouldn't be able to make up for this gap. His opponent's cultivation was too high, and the higher the level, each level was a qualitative leap. Tianyin felt this point. It can be said that when one's cultivation increased by one level, his combat power would increase by millions, and in the later stage, his combat power would increase by tens of millions. This was the gap between the two levels. Originally, the later stages of cultivation were very difficult. If one's combat power only increased a little bit after breaking through, then one would lose the motivation to break through. The terrifying power was shocking, but what was even more terrifying was Tianyin's power. He didn't stop and directly flew to the palace. He wasn't afraid of the Netherworld flame at all. For other people, anyone who came close to the Netherworld flame would be burned to death immediately, but for him it was a piece of cake. Ding! Congratulations to player Tianyin for successfully breaking through to the second level of Void Spirit stage. On his way to the palace, he received a notification that he had successfully broken through to the second level of Void Spirit stage. From the beginning, the dragon and Earth Dragon that he controlled never stopped attacking. Even Su Fei didn't stop harvesting the lives of the people here. It seemed very cruel, but it was more about revenge. He wanted to clean up these inhumane people. After almost slaughtering the entire city, Tianyin finally ushered in a breakthrough. 300 million EXP was not easy to earn. After leveling up, Tianyin saw that he needed 400 million EXP to break through to the third level of Void Spirit stage. This was really 100 million EXP per level. If he accumulated it to the peak of Void Spirit stage, wouldn't it be more than 1 billion EXP? It was really difficult to earn 300 million EXP after slaughtering so many cities. It can only be said that there were too few Void Spirit stage cultivators. Core Transformation stage cultivators EXP was not bad, but they were not everywhere. Most of them were at the Spirit Core stage, but they still leveled up in the end. After leveling up, Tianyin's combat power increased a lot. For other cultivators, it was an increase of millions of EXP. For him, it was an increase of tens of millions of EXP, and it was possible for him to fight above his level. I leveled up, not bad. Tianyin's eyes lit up. The higher the cultivation, the better. He was eager to rush to the peak of Void Spirit stage, but it was impossible for him to do so. As he approached, the swaying netherworld fire suddenly turned into a nether dragon and rushed towards him. Compared to the nether dragon summoned by the nether dragon formation, this nether dragon was much thicker. It was almost like the skeleton of a heavenly dragon. Not only was it huge, but its power was also amazing. It was at the peak of Void Spirit stage. The nether dragon with more than 100 million battle power roared towards Tianyin. Shi Shuiyun and the others couldn't help but be forced back by the energy of the nether dragon. Tianyin. Shi Shuiyun bit her lips. She wanted to go forward and help Tianyin, but she knew that with her strength, she couldn't help Tianyin. She would be burned to ashes if she approached Tianyin. In the face of such a terrifying nether dragon fire, Tianyin thought for a moment and immediately stretched out his hand. Absorb! The next moment, a huge black hole appeared in front of his palm and began to crazily swallow the nether fire. The suction suddenly increased to the extreme. At this moment, the nether fire was sucked into the black hole, but there was still a little that couldn't be extracted and turned into EXP. Then it fell on Tianyin's body and began to burn, but it didn't invade his body. Suddenly, a stronger force gushed out of Tianyin's body and strengthened the heaven-devouring divine art. That was heaven-devouring divine art. Chapter 437. The terrifying flames of the netherworld were perfectly absorbed by Tianyin's terrifying devouring power. Not only did it not cause him any harm, but it also provided him with a steady stream of experience. He absorbed whatever came into his body. 8. 3 million experience points. 8. For million experience points. 8. 5 million experience points. 8. For million experience points. Every time he devoured, he could obtain millions of experience points. This was obviously due to the 116 times experience points. If he devoured normally, he would at most get 70,000 to 80,000 experience points. Suddenly, it exploded to millions of experience points. This was the benefit of the experience card. If he continued to absorb at this rate, leveling up would not be difficult at all. It should be said that it was rather easy. There was no difficulty to speak of. Under this crazy devouring, the netherworld dragons that pounced on him were devoured into the black hole and disappeared. From afar, it looked like they had drilled into his body, but it did not affect him at all. It seemed like there was no problem at all. Even though they had seen Yi Tianyin's power before, they could not help but be shocked. Although they had seen many shocking things, they could not help but be shocked every time, because every time was more exaggerated than before. Such a powerful netherworld dragon was devoured just like that. How could they not be shocked? If it was someone else who devoured like that, they would have died long ago. How could they survive? Yi Tianyin's expression did not change. He continued to devour the netherworld dragon into his body without any pressure. I can barely devour it. If it's a little stronger, I won't be able to devour it. Yi Tianyin felt that his experience points kept increasing. This was an explosive amount. If it kept pouring in, it would be a way to harvest experience points. However, after absorbing for a while, the netherworld dragon no longer pounced on him. It was obvious that it could not cause any harm to Yi Tianyin, so it chose to give up attacking. Yi Tianyin stopped attacking and looked at the flames of the netherworld with a longing gaze. In just this short period of time, he had already obtained almost 100 million experience points. As expected, it was very fast to absorb experience points. Of course, the prerequisite was that he had a high multiplier experience card. Otherwise, he would have to absorb 70,000 to 80,000 experience points every time. Correspondingly, after the flames of the netherworld were absorbed, it looked much weaker. It was obvious that it had become smaller. "Why aren't you attacking?" Yi Tianyin laughed mockingly. He hadn't absorbed enough and wanted to continue absorbing. The more the better. Who knew that the other party would stop after releasing for a while? These things were not something that could never be used up, and they were being depleted at the same time. An abyss dragon had been viciously absorbed. So how could the abyss dragon feel good? No wonder you killed the Imperial Preceptor. You do have some ability. The Netherworld Emperor didn't appear from the beginning to the end. He just hid in the palace and talked. After a short pause, he continued. "Since your cultivation is not bad, I'll give you a chance. If you are willing to join the Netherworld Empire, I'll give you the position of the Divine Guardian. As long as I don't stop you, you can control any force of the Netherworld Empire. As for resources, as long as you join the Netherworld Empire, half of the Netherworld Empire will be yours." The Netherworld Emperor threw out huge temptations one after another. As long as Yi Tianyin joined the Netherworld Empire, he would be on an equal footing with the Netherworld Emperor. From the side, it could be seen that the Netherworld Emperor had acknowledged the strength of Yi Tianyin. Otherwise, how could he give up so much power to Yi Tianyin? This was a kind of compromise. The Netherworld Emperor had acknowledged the strength of Yi Tianyin, so he was willing to give up half of the empire. Everyone, including the soldiers of the Netherworld Empire, looked at Yi Tianyin in shock. They didn't expect that the Netherworld Emperor would choose to bow his head. His arrogance seemed to have been extinguished as he immediately chose to compromise. Giving up half of the empire was simply a humiliation. However, they were all wondering whether Yi Tianyin would agree or not. If he agreed, then the Netherworld Empire could easily conquer most of the forces, including the Heavenly Dragon Empire. At that time, the Netherworld Empire and the Netherworld Empire's strength would be magnified by several times. Who could resist such an empire? At that time, the Netherworld Empire would officially enter the ranks of the divine nations. However, the power of the divine nations couldn't be casually joined. Even if there were many strong people, if they didn't meet the requirements, they wouldn't be qualified to join. There were many benefits to joining the divine nations, but no one knew the details because the divine nations were too mysterious. Eteonian smiled faintly. What? Is this a compromise? No, it's just that this emperor feels that your strength is not bad. If we join hands to manage an empire, it will greatly increase the strength of our empire. At that time, we will be able to enter the ranks of the divine nations. The Netherworld Emperor said. All right, but I have a condition. Tianyin said indifferently. What condition? The Netherworld Emperor's voice was slightly shaken by Tianyin's answer. If Tianyin really joined the Netherworld Empire, then it would be a happy ending. Although Tianyin had almost destroyed the entire Netherworld Empire, if Tianyin joined the Netherworld Empire, then he would definitely be able to make up for it. Renlong and the others were startled as they looked at Tianyin in shock. Is he really going to join the Netherworld Empire? Palace Lord, if the Palace Lord joins the Netherworld Empire. The elder standing next to Shishun said in a worried tone. If he chooses to join, then I will also join. Shuyun said without any hesitation, as if she had been brainwashed. The Netherworld Empire was very cruel. So if they joined, then wouldn't they be courting death? If the Netherworld Emperor was just stalling for time, then they would definitely fall into his trap. Renlong and the others remained silent as they waited for Tianyin's answer. My condition is very simple. Apart from you, the rest of the Netherworld Empire will choose to commit suicide to atone for their sins. Then, I will build the empire with you. Tianyin replied indifferently. Are you playing with me? The Netherworld Emperor said angrily after a moment. Apart from the Netherworld Emperor, the rest of the Netherworld Empire would choose to commit suicide. If the Netherworld Emperor was the only one left, then what would happen to him? An emperor with no power was as miserable as having no real power. Everyone laughed after listening to Tianyin's words. Shuyun also smiled as if she had already expected that Tianyin would say such a thing. How could she not know Tianyin's character? Chapter 438. Tianyin's words were like a slap to the Netherworld Great Emperor's face. Judging from the current situation, their side has a great advantage, but he still wants to join hands with them. If he isn't a fool, then what is he? It's like preparing to attack a city with a knife on his neck. How can he have the qualification to negotiate? It seems that you are very confident in your strength. The Netherworld Great Emperor said coldly, I asked you to join hands with me because I think highly of you and I don't want to waste a genius like you. Since you said so, then go to hell. As soon as Tianyin said that, a huge shadow emerged from the palace and condensed into the shadow of the Netherworld Great Emperor. The Netherworld Great Emperor looked at Tianyin coldly, with killing intent flashing in his eyes, as if he was the real Netherworld Great Emperor. When this phantom appeared, a terrifying pressure was released from all directions. Even the practitioners outside the imperial city could feel it. The terrifying power made them tremble. Compared to before, it's a bit stronger. I don't know how he cultivates, but he can still continue to become stronger. Looking at the phantom that emerged, Tianyin's eyes narrowed. This is actually the strengthened version of the talisman, which is much stronger than the one he used before. But this is the Netherworld Great Emperor himself. So the effect is naturally different, and the gap is not small. The moment the phantom condensed, the Netherworld Great Emperor waved his hand and fiercely slapped at Tianyin. The huge palm created a hurricane, and all the Netherworld fire condensed. Perhaps this is the real Netherworld Divine Palm. How can the Netherworld Divine Palm be called Netherworld Divine Palm without the Netherworld fire? This palm's battle power directly exploded, reaching 120 million battle power, which is a lot stronger than before. This increase is too obvious. Is this really the power of the Void Spirit stage? Your strength has increased a lot, but if this is all you have, I'm sorry to say that you will die today. Yi Tianyun's eyes flashed, and his whole body was instantly covered with a thick layer of dragon scales. Due to the upgrade of the dragon god bloodline, his power has greatly increased. He fiercely punched, and a red dragon roared out of his hand, pierced through the world, and rushed towards the phantom of the netherworld great emperor. Dragon God Fist. This was one of the strongest moves of the dragon god secret art. It unleashed the power of the dragon god's bloodline to the extreme, erupting with the power of the dragon god. Roar. The dragon god roared, twisted his huge dragon head, and rushed up, knocking away the huge palm. Followed by the sound of Xiong, the immortal fire rose up, and the flame instantly suppressed the netherworld fire that was pressing down, burning it into nothingness. Then he continued to rush forward and destroyed the phantom of the netherworld great emperor. Finally, he rushed towards the imperial palace in his strongest state. Boom! A pillar of fire exploded in the imperial palace. The flames soared into the sky and pierced the clouds. In an instant, the entire sky was burned red, and it spread in all directions, illuminating the entire area. This move had easily killed the netherworld great emperor's phantom, and had even blasted the imperial palace. Its power was much stronger than before. His overall battle prowess had already reached more than 180 million, reaching a whole new level, completely suppressing the netherworld great emperor's power. Yi Tianyun and the netherworld great emperor were not on the same level, and Yi Tianyun's power had completely crushed them. After the explosion, more than half of the imperial palace was destroyed, revealing the situation inside. From the sky, one could clearly see the main hall inside. There was a handsome, middle-aged man sitting on the dragon throne, coldly looking at them. His whole body was surging with netherworld fire, and there was a huge formation on the ground. The netherworld fire was unceasingly surging from the ground and pouring into his body. Damn it, what kind of power is this? The netherworld great emperor's eyes were filled with horror. He had never thought that Yi Tianyun's power would be so much stronger than his. If it wasn't for the strong formation supporting this place, he would have already been destroyed. Although he could still hold on for now, cracks had already appeared in the surrounding formation, and if this continues, it will completely collapse. Once the formation here collapses, the netherworld great emperor's power will be greatly weakened. The reason why the netherworld great emperor was able to burst out such a strong power was because of the formation, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to burst out such a strong power. With the appraisal eye, Yi Tianyun had already seen through the netherworld great emperor's situation. After the appraisal eye was upgraded, unless the cultivation of the opponent was very high, otherwise it would be easy for him to see through the netherworld great emperor. Netherworld great emperor. Peak Void Spirit Stage. Equipped with a high-grade sacred tool, has a very strong netherworld fire and can control the netherworld fire between heaven and earth. Martial arts. Netherworld divine art. Netherworld divine palm. Netherworld burning body art. Weakness. Extreme fire. Overall battle prowess. 120 million, relying on the netherworld great arrays effect. Can drop netherworld divine art, netherworld divine palm, netherworld burning body art, and other rare items. Netherworld great array. Grandmaster grade divine rune great array. Can absorb the netherworld fire from the ground to strengthen its own power and can also be used for cultivation. Such a terrifying power is supported by the netherworld great array's power, otherwise it would be impossible to achieve. If I didn't break through, then I would have really died here. Yi Tianyun frowned. He knew that the netherworld great emperor's foundation was astonishing, otherwise he would have provoked so many enemies. If he wanted to die, he would have died long ago. No wonder he didn't choose to leave this palace. After leaving this palace, he would lose the support of the netherworld great array, and its power would naturally decrease. Although the cultivation of a peak void spirit stage is very strong, but it is impossible to casually increase one's battle prowess to more than 100 million. This is really not cabbage. Not everyone has a crazy system and can explode with so much battle prowess. Netherworld, great array, no wonder you didn't come out. But it ends here. Yi Tianyun's eyes flashed. He raised his fist and smashed it towards the place where the Netherworld Great Emperor was. Another dragon god fist burst out, and a red dragon rushed out of the fist and directly rushed down. The Netherworld Great Emperor's complexion changed, and he hurriedly shouted, "Two ancestors!" At this time, two coffins suddenly emerged from the underground great array. These coffins were filled with blood, and just as they came out, a fishy smell wafted in all directions. Blood flowed down from the coffins, and a large area of the ground was dyed red. I didn't expect that there would be such a genius in this world. An old voice resounded from the coffins. Then the coffins were quickly pushed open, and two shriveled bodies crawled out of the coffins filled with blood, raised their hands, and patted the air. The power of the two people instantly merged together, and even the power of the Netherworld Great Array gathered and fused with the two of them. Immediately, a huge Netherworld divine palm burst out, and a battle prowess as high as 150 million was released. Chapter 439. The two old ancestors released their strongest power together and used the Netherworld Great Array to unleash a huge Netherworld divine palm. The Netherworld divine palm was filled with a bloody aura, and the red veins on it looked gloomy and terrifying. Their combat prowess was as high as 150 million, which was the best proof that they could unleash their full power together. Judging from their combined strength, they had probably reached the Spirit King stage. It's just that such a strong power, in the face of Yi Tianyun's divine dragon fist, it's still so powerless. Roar! Accompanied by a loud roar, the red dragon smashed through the Netherworld divine palm and slammed down on the two old ancestors at lightning speed. Boom! The two old ancestors were blown away, and they jumped out of the coffin one after another. Their bodies were dripping with blood. After standing on their feet, the two old ancestors' faces changed. Their pale faces turned red, and they spat out a mouthful of blood, which made their faces even paler. Their lifespan was about to end, and they risked their lives to unleash this attack. Of course, they would lose 800 of their own, but instead of hurting the enemy, they lost 1,000 of their own. This power, is he an envoy from the divine kingdom? The two old ancestors looked at Yi Tianyun, who was flying in the air with a pale face. The Netherworld Emperor's face was also ugly. Even the two old ancestors couldn't stop Yi Tianyun's attack. How strong is this invader? Yi Tianyun continued reading, and the details of the two of them immediately appeared in front of him. Old ancestor of heavenly underworld, peak of void spirit stage, master of Netherworld fire, lifespan is about to end. Martial arts, Netherworld divine art, Netherworld divine palm, Netherworld burning body secret art. Weakness, extreme fire. Combat power, 110 million Netherworld great arrays blessing. Kills drop Netherworld divine palm, Netherworld divine art, old ancestor of heavenly underworld. Peak of void spirit stage, master of Netherworld fire, lifespan is about to end. Martial arts, Netherworld divine art, Netherworld divine palm, Netherworld burning body secret art. Weakness, extreme fire. Overall battle power, 113 million Netherworld great arrays buff. Kills will drop Netherworld divine palm, Netherworld divine art. The data of the two old ancestors were almost the same. It seemed that they were the previous emperors of the Netherworld Empire. Because their lifespan was coming to an end, they sealed themselves under the Netherworld Great Formation. Unless they made a breakthrough in their cultivation, they could only wait for death. However, in their current situation, it was good enough that they could survive. It was impossible for them to make a breakthrough. As for these spirit fruits that could increase one's lifespan, they didn't have any effect on them. With the power of Netherworld Empire, There was no way they couldn't get any longevity fruit. This blood is not ordinary blood, Eteonian frowned. Upon closer inspection, this blood was mixed with quite a bit of essence blood. As for whether it was the blood of a demonic beast or a human, he really wasn't sure. This was the only way they could extend their lifespans. However, there was one type that he recognized, and that was the blood essence of the spirit tribe. The astral race's blood essence was very special. It possessed a relatively strong vitality, so absorbing it would increase their lifespan. It's time to end this. Bear! The inextinguishable fire rushed out of his body and enveloped him. The inextinguishable fire was released in all directions. The astral race's complexion changed. They could feel that the inextinguishable fire could completely restrain their power. Eteonian didn't say anything and immediately rushed down. His figure flashed and disappeared in the sky. In the blink of an eye, for Eteonian appeared in the sky. No one knew which one was the real one. It was a completely two-on-two situation. The two old ancestors did not hesitate. Their power quickly approached each other, and their spiritual power connected as if they were one. Only in this way they would be able to burst out more power. The Netherworld Emperor's eyes flashed. He turned around and walked towards the back of the dragon throne and disappeared from everyone's sight. He didn't participate in the battle. Instead, he hid underground. Eteonin didn't pay attention to the Netherworld Emperor. If he wanted to kill the Netherworld Emperor, he must kill the two old ancestors first. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to smoothly chase after the Netherworld Emperor. Netherworld Divine Palm. The two of them once again used the Netherworld Divine Palm on Eteonian. The huge palm pressed down again. It didn't feel fresh at all. They used the same technique as before. They only knew this one move. The other moves were certainly not as powerful as the Netherworld Divine Palm. The Netherworld Divine Palm was the only move that could bring out their full power. Still this move? Then let's end this. The four Eteonian punched the Netherworld Divine Palm at the same time. Four red dragons roared out and pierced through the huge Netherworld Divine Palm. Boom! The two of them screamed and were sent flying. Although they were very strong, it's a pity that they ran into Eteonian. After being sent flying, Eteonian didn't stop attacking. The heavenly dragon, Divine, sword appeared in his hand. It was a high-grade sacred tool that dropped earlier. He fiercely stabbed at the heavenly underworld old ancestor. The heavenly underworld old ancestor didn't even have time to react. The heavenly underworld old ancestor's head was easily pierced through. Ding! Successfully killed heavenly underworld old ancestor. Reward: 162 million EXP, 43,000 crazy point, 15,000 SBS. Reward: Netherworld Divine Palm, Netherworld Divine Art, Netherworld Burning Body Secret Art. Reward: Netherworld Great Array, Netherworld Fire, Middle Grade Earth Level. Rare: Netherworld Heart, Rare. Eteonian didn't get the reward for killing heavenly underworld old ancestor. Eteonian still didn't get the reward for killing heavenly underworld old ancestor. It seems that Eteonian's combat power is too strong. The system judged that the opponent is weak, so there is no reward for killing heavenly underworld old ancestor. This is understandable. Eteonian hasn't used his full strength yet, so there is no reward for killing heavenly underworld old ancestor. Only a little bit more difficult, or a little bit of a tie, can be counted as killing heavenly underworld old ancestor. Although Eteonian's cultivation is at second level void spirit stage, but in terms of strength he can crush heavenly underworld old ancestor. Heavenly underworld. When heavenly underworld old ancestor saw heavenly underworld old ancestor being killed, his eyes were filled with anger. After a roar, a blood-colored bone sword quickly appeared in his hand, and he slashed to the side, cutting Eteonian in half, and the rest of the sword light pierced through heavenly underworld old ancestor's body. Eteonian's eyes flashed, and with a backhand slash, a heavenly dragon rushed out of the heavenly dragon divine sword and easily broke through the sword light, then opened its mouth and bit towards heavenly underworld old ancestor. Heavenly underworld old ancestor quickly dodged, but he was still too slow, and in the blink of an eye, half of his body was gone. Bang! Heavenly underworld old ancestor fell to the ground, but not much blood flowed out of his body. His body is almost devoid of blood, so it doesn't bleed much. Chapter 440. This power, how can it be? The old ancestor's eyes widened as he fell to the ground. Without half of his body, he couldn't move at all. He didn't have the ability to quickly regenerate his body, especially when his lifespan was about to come to an end. It takes a long time for him to recover from this injury, unless he uses medicinal pellets. But even with medicinal pellets, the recovery effect is still very slow, mainly because his body is too weak, so the effect of medicinal pellets is not ideal. This is the fate of your Netherworld Empire. You are all too tyrannical and cruel. Now, I will enforce justice on behalf of the heavens and eliminate you all. This is your ending. Tianyun's eyes flashed. Even the system couldn't stand it. Letting him eliminate the Netherworld Empire was enough to show how cruel the Netherworld Empire was. Enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens? That's all bullsh, *T. The winner takes all. The patriarch of the underworld, laughed bitterly. He did not care about being overly domineering. He would kill anyone who disobeyed him. He would sacrifice everything for himself. Winner takes all. That's true. But the Real King is not built on the pain of the innocent, but the battle between the strong. Tianyun just said, and before the old ancestor could answer, Tianyun already pierced through the old ancestor's head. The great ancestor of the underworld world widened his eyes. He wanted to say something, but it was already too late. His life was gone just like that. Aside from hatred, his final gaze was filled with unwillingness. Ding! Successfully killed the old ancestor of Netherworld. Reward: 162 million EXP, 43,000 crazy point, 15,000 SBS. Reward: Netherworld Divine Palm, Netherworld Divine Art, Netherworld Burning Body Secret Art. Reward: Netherworld Great Array, Netherworld Fire, Middle Grade Earth Level, Rare, Netherworld Soul, Rare, Netherworld Passage Key Rare. Ding! Congratulations to player Tianyun for successfully breaking through to 3rd layer Void Spirit Stage. Just like before, he obtained a large amount of experience, allowing him to smoothly break through to the 3rd level of Void Spirit Stage. The 2 old ancestors were enough to provide him with more than 300 million experience. Coupled with experience from absorbing the Netherworld Fire, he quickly broke through to the 3rd level of Void Spirit Stage, making him even more heaven-defying. In the blink of an eye, he had successfully broken through to Void Spirit Stage Level 3. Who else could do this? However, Tianyun still didn't get any rewards. It seemed like Tianyun needed to kill a Spirit King Stage Cultivator to get the rewards. Ding! 50 times experience, card time up. Ding! 30 times experience, card time up. Ding! One after another, the time limit of the experience card ran out. Since he hadn't killed the Netherworld Great Emperor, it had already lost its effect. It meant that he had let go of a big fat sheep. It was really a pity. It was impossible for him to buy a pile of experience cards for the Netherworld Great Emperor. It was undoubtedly a waste. Unless he had a bunch of enemies, then things would be different. Time's up! What a pity! Tianyun's eyes flashed. The Netherworld Great Array was a scourge, and it must be destroyed. Soon, the spirit race's old ancestor and the others flew over. They didn't dare to approach the Netherworld Great Array because they were afraid of death. Spirit Monarch, you're just too powerful. You killed the 2 patriarchs, Earthly Hades Patriarch and Heavenly Underworld Patriarch. That's unbelievable. The Spirit Patriarch was shocked. He couldn't believe it. The two old ancestors were easily killed by Tianyin. He thought that it would be good if he could slightly weaken the Netherworld Empire's morale. But now he killed the two old ancestors as if he was chopping melons and vegetables. This situation shocked not only the spirit race's old ancestor, but also Rinlong and the others. Their worries just now were completely unnecessary. It was as if they were fools. There was no meaning to it at all. Now is not the time to talk about these things. Old ancestor, can you and the other elders destroy the Netherworld Great Array? Tianyin asked. It's not easy, but it's not a problem. As long as no other experts come to kill us, we will be able to destroy the Netherworld Great Array. The spirit race's old ancestor said firmly. They might not be able to fight side by side with Tianyin, but they could help solve the problem. All right, I'll leave this place to you. I'm going to chase after the Netherworld Emperor. He must have run away, so we must destroy the Netherworld Great Array. If we don't destroy it, it will increase his strength. Tianyin said. He had seen the power of the Netherworld Great Array. It could increase their strength by tens of millions. If they don't destroy it, it would be very difficult to deal with it. Or rather, it should be said that he was afraid of complications arising out of the problem. If he could reduce his strength, he would reduce it. He did not think that he was absolutely invincible right now. No problem, leave this place to us. The spirit race's old ancestor nodded his head. Then he said worriedly, "But if you continue like this, won't you fall into a trap? We don't know what's down there, maybe it's a trap. But if we don't go down and let the Netherworld Emperor escape, there is a possibility that a new Netherworld Empire will appear." Tianyin said coldly. As long as the Netherworld Emperor was still alive, there was a possibility that he could establish a new Netherworld Empire. The most important thing was that he was hiding in the dark, and if he launched a sneak attack from time to time, it would be very troublesome. It was easy to dodge a spear in the open, but it was hard to guard against an arrow in the dark. Moreover, it's very likely that he is not running away, but plotting something. He didn't confront me head-on, but chose to run away or hide here. I think he might be preparing to break through. Tianyin said. Since the Netherworld Great Emperor had reached this stage, he was definitely not a person who was afraid of death. He was definitely an emperor of a generation. He couldn't just casually run away, especially not after just a few rounds of fighting. That wasn't the demeanor of an emperor at all. Therefore, Tianyin guessed that the Netherworld Emperor was plotting something or was preparing to break through. Of course, he couldn't afford to get injured, otherwise it would be very difficult for him to break through. Once he broke through to the Spirit King stage, it would be very terrifying. Breaking through to the Spirit King stage, everyone's face changed dramatically. The Spirit King stage was a legendary existence to them. Once he broke through to the Spirit King stage, it would be a whole new realm of power. The power of crossing a great realm was not something that could be easily imagined. If that's the case, why are you still going, Spirit King? The spirit race's old ancestor said solemnly. If that's the case, I have to go. While he hasn't broken through to the Spirit King stage, I have to kill him before he can. Tianyin's eyes were full of determination. Otherwise, our safety will be in danger. I will be responsible for my men. Chapter 441. Regardless of whether the Netherworld Great Emperor would break through to the Spirit King stage or not, he had to go down and kill him. However, what he said was from the bottom of his heart. He had painstakingly cultivated the Heavenly Clouds mansion, and he didn't want to lose his life. Therefore, he had to be responsible for everyone. If he couldn't kill the Netherworld Great Emperor this time, there would be countless casualties in the future, which was something he didn't want to see. He didn't say such words to win the hearts of the people, but he really wanted to be responsible for his men. In this general attack, they didn't lose much, but they still suffered some losses. As long as they fought, people would die, but he could at least minimize the losses. Otherwise, if the Netherworld Great Emperor sent people to attack, it wouldn't just be a small loss. We all know Mansion Lord's words, But if you go down there and something bad happens to you, that's right, it's very dangerous down there and we don't know what's going on. They all expressed their concerns, and they didn't want Tianyin to go down there. After all, it was too dangerous down there. Let him go down. At this time, Shuiyin stood up. She wasn't the strongest here, but she was the most concerned about Tianyin. Tianyin will not change his mind easily. I believe that he will come back safely, and if something bad happens to him, I will hide and continue to strengthen my strength to avenge Tianyin. Her tone was very calm, but the words that came out of her mouth were like raging waves, slamming into their hearts. Aunt knows me the best. Tianyin smiled indifferently. He and Shuiyin don't need to communicate too much. Just a smile, they can immediately understand each other's mind. They don't need to say much, they can understand each other's heart. If there was anyone in his heart that couldn't be replaced, it would be Shuiyin. No one could replace her position in his heart. Even if his parents appeared, it couldn't be replaced. Besides, he really didn't have any thoughts about the concept of parents. It didn't matter if they didn't show up. As long as he had Shuiyin, it was enough. Everyone looked at each other. Some of them knew that Shuyin's position in Tianyin's heart was unshakable. If they really want to dissuade, only Shuiyin can dissuade, others can only waste their breath. Since the Spirit King has made up his mind, I won't say anything more. Let's break the formation now and wait for the Spirit King's return. The Spirit Tribe's patriarch saw that Tianyin was determined and didn't try to dissuade him. We will all wait for the Spirit King's return. As long as the Spirit King does not return, we will not leave. Everyone shouted loudly, their voices sonorous and powerful. Yes, we will all wait for the Manor Lord's return. If the Manor Lord does not return, we will definitely follow him down to investigate the situation. If we can't deal with them, we will hide with the Palace Lord and slowly deal with the Netherworld Empire. The disciples of Heavenly Jade sect shouted in unison. Just like what Shuiyin said, they were all loyal to Tianyin. We will also wait for the Manor Lord's return. No matter how long it takes, we will wait for your return. The disciples of Empyrean Terminus sect didn't get along with Tianyin for long, but they were impressed by Tianyin's strength, so they expressed their respect for him one after another. Tianyin's heart was also warmed up when he saw that everyone was so supportive of him. Of course, he was more motivated to repay their trust. Don't worry, you still don't believe in your Manor Lord? I will definitely come back with the Netherworld Emperor's head. Tianyin clenched his fist and raised it to show his determination. We believe in the Manor Lord. They shouted loudly, their eyes were shining, and they all wanted to follow Tianyin. However, Tianyin will not let them go down. If they go down, they will definitely die. He doesn't have the habit of using his subordinates as cannon fodder. Immediately, he went to the back of the dragon throne. There is no passage behind the dragon throne, but after pushing it, a passage leading to the underground immediately appeared. A cold and gloomy power of the netherworld flame surged out from the passage, causing people to feel uncomfortable all over their bodies. He didn't hesitate for too long. He immediately went down the stairs and quickly went underground. The more he went down, the more netherworld fire gushed out. If one's cultivation is not higher than core transformation stage, they will definitely be invaded by this netherworld fire and die. Even a core transformation stage powerhouse can't stay here for too long. They need to be at least void spirit stage to break into this place. The threshold to enter this place is very high. This is not a problem for Tianyin. He stretched out his hand and released swallowing heaven divine art, continuously swallowing the surrounding netherworld fire. The amount is relatively small, but at least it can be converted into EXP obtained 7,000 EXP, 8,000 EXP, 7,800 EXP. Every time he can only absorb a little bit of EXP, the netherworld fire gushing out from the wall is absorbed. Although there is no EXP card, overall it is not bad. The further down he goes, the higher the EXP, which means that the netherworld fire is stronger. Soon he reached the end, and what greeted him is a thick stone door, which is engraved with dense divine runes. It is very strong. At first glance, there are a lot of Grandmaster divine runes. It seems that this place is reinforced layer by layer. It is not easy to break in. This Netherworld Emperor really hid well. If I don't break this stone door, I really can't go in. Tianyin looked up and down. If he only relied on brute force, it will take a long time to break this stone door, unless he is extremely strong. But this is not important. He can still break this divine rune with the heavenly eye. Open for me. A blue light flashed in Tianyin's eyes, and soon the core of the divine rune was exposed. He identified the weak point. Here it is. He quickly began to break the divine rune, and soon the divine rune was broken one by one. Ding successfully broke the Grandmaster divine rune, obtained 800,000 EXP, 2,000 proficiency points. Ding's success after breaking the divine rune. A lot of experience and proficiency points came into his body. He naturally obtained experience and proficiency points from breaking the divine rune. Whether it is repairing or breaking the divine rune, he can obtain experience and proficiency points. Finally, when he broke the last divine rune, he fiercely punched the stone door, and with a bang, the stone door was smashed open like tofu. Without the reinforcement of the divine rune, this stone door is no different from tofu. After the stone door was smashed open, a sea of netherworld fire came into view, covering the entire area, and in the center of this area there is a big hole from which a steady stream of netherworld fire gushed out and then filled the entire space. Inside the hole, the Netherworld Emperor stayed on the side, meditating, crazily absorbing the netherworld fire, and did not pay attention to him. As expected, he is breaking through. Chapter 442. The Netherworld Great Array was meditating on the edge of the barrier again and again. Tianyin felt that the Netherworld Great Array's power was quite terrifying. The Netherworld Great Array's spiritual power fluctuations were constantly being transmitted to Tianyin. Once the Netherworld Great Emperor broke through, he would reach an unprecedented realm, and he would be able to crush everything in his path. Although it was very difficult to break through to the Spirit King stage, it didn't mean that it was impossible. The Netherworld Great Emperor's talent was amazing. Especially after cultivating for so long, it was not impossible for him to break through to the Spirit King stage. The best proof was that the Netherworld Great Array was crazily attacking the barrier. It seems like I have to stop him quickly. A cold light flashed in Tianyin's eyes. Even if the Netherworld Great Emperor broke through to the Spirit King stage, he didn't want to get rid of him as soon as possible. Soon after, he raised the Heavenly Dragon sword, aimed at the direction of the Netherworld Great Emperor, and fiercely swung the sword. A heavenly dragon roared, opened its huge mouth, and pounced towards the area where the Netherworld Great Emperor was. Just when the heavenly dragon was about to pounce on the Netherworld Great Emperor, the heavenly dragon fiercely hit the light barrier, followed by a loud bang. The violent chi waves continuously hit the light barrier, and a large part of the light barrier was blown away. After the explosion, the light barrier was not destroyed, but it seemed like it wouldn't be able to withstand for long. There's even a defensive formation of this level. How troublesome! Tianyin frowned. Sure enough, the Netherworld Great Emperor hid in here to buy more time to break through. If he left here, he wouldn't be able to absorb the Netherworld fire to break through. Immediately, he opened his heavenly eye and looked for the flaws of the array. It was too slow to break it by force. Using the heavenly eye to look for flaws, he could basically break it in one move. Here it is. The blue light in Tianyin's eyes quickly disappeared, and then he waved the heavenly dragon divine sword in his hand and slashed down. A golden light fell from the sky, and a heavenly dragon was released again to hit the flaw. The heavenly dragon divine sword's special effect was very shocking. When attacking, it could summon a heavenly dragon. Its power would increase along with the increase in cultivation. He could casually split out a heavenly dragon, and its power was comparable to that of a peak void spirit stage expert. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to kill earthly nether ancestor so easily. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, the entire defensive formation was compressed to the extreme, and then it was blasted into pieces. The cyclone that was raised flew towards the netherworld great emperor who was meditating on the side. The cyclone, which was originally strong enough to blow anything away, was burned away by the netherworld flame before it could even get close to the netherworld great emperor, protecting him. Who would have thought that after removing one layer of protection, there would still be another? Layers upon layers of protection were truly vexing. There's still the flames of the netherworld as a final defense? Then break it all the same. Tianyin continued to rush forward and slash down with his sword. His sword contained the inextinguishable fire of the utmost strength. It swept forward crazily and split the nether fire that was rolling over. It couldn't be stopped at all. In the end, the nether fire passed through the obstruction of the nether fire and enveloped the netherworld great emperor, wanting to engulf him completely. At this time, the netherworld great emperor suddenly opened his eyes, and two flames flashed in his pupils. The nether fire that could engulf everything burst out of his body like several nether dragons. These nether dragons swallowed the nether fire and continued to rush towards Tianyin. The inextinguishable fire that was able to restrain the nether fire was actually defeated by the nether fire. Tianyin's eyes flashed, and he swung the heavenly dragon divine sword with all his might. The nether dragons that were rushing towards him were directly cut into several pieces by the inextinguishable fire, but the inextinguishable fire still engulfed them. At the same time, the netherworld great emperor's cultivation and combat power had greatly changed. The enemy's cultivation has reached the first layer of Spirit King stage, and his combat power is 170 million, the netherworld great array's blessing. After the breakthrough, the netherworld great emperor's strength had a qualitative leap. His previous strongest state was only 120 million, but now his combat power has reached 170 million, which means that his combat power has increased by as much as 50 million. However, this was only possible after the breakthrough, and he could obtain more nether fire to enhance his combat power. His real combat power was naturally not that strong, but it was still quite amazing to have a combat power of 120 million to 30 million. From the information given by the appraisal eye, Tianyin knew that excluding the blessing of the netherworld great array, the peak of void spirit stage only had a combat power of 80 to 90 million, and a combat power of 100 million at most. Now that he had broken through to the Spirit King stage, his combat power had increased by 20 to 30 million in one go. The key was that the netherworld great emperor had just broken through to the Spirit King stage, and without stabilizing his combat power couldn't be fully exerted. If he was given some time to adapt, he estimated that his combat power could reach 140 to 150 million, which was the true power of the Spirit King stage. It was indeed a qualitative leap. The gap between the realms was like a chasm. Ha ha ha. I finally broke through to the Spirit King stage. The netherworld great emperor looked up to the sky and laughed. After a while, he looked at Tianyin and said coldly, "I really have to thank you. If it wasn't for you, I really wouldn't have been able to force myself to this level. It's also thanks to you that I can break through to the Spirit King stage." Tianyin's expression was indifferent. It was true that he had broken through to the Spirit King stage, but for him he could still deal with the netherworld great emperor. Even without using his full strength, he could still crush the netherworld great emperor. So what was there for him to be afraid of? Is it because of me? What kind of reward are you going to give me? Tianyin asked as he walked towards the netherworld great emperor with a smile on his face. Spirit King stage? That's good. He could get the reward of killing the netherworld great emperor. Of course, I'll give you a reward of dismembering your body into 10,000 pieces. Plus, I'll give your entire sect to slaughter." The Netherworld Great Emperor mobilized the power in his body, and the Netherworld fire around him was continuously absorbed into his body. It seemed that with the Netherworld fire, he could constantly increase his strength. In fact, it was true his combat power soared rapidly, as if there was no end to it. Chapter 443. The Netherworld Great Emperor looked at Tianyin and gritted his teeth. He couldn't wait to tear Tianyin into pieces. Most of the Netherworld Empire's generals were killed, and now that Tianyin had invaded the Netherworld Imperial capital, how could the Netherworld Great Emperor calm down? Only by eliminating Tianyin and the Heavenly Clouds Mansion could the Netherworld Great Emperor calm down a little. As for cooperation, it was even more impossible. Even if Tianyin begged for mercy, the Netherworld Great Emperor wouldn't let go of Tianyin. "Is this the reward you are giving me?" "Thank you very much, but I don't want the reward. How about I transfer it to you?" Tianyin approached the Netherworld Great Emperor step by step with a smile on his face. "It seems that you don't know what kind of power you are facing even when you are about to die." The Netherworld Great Emperor sneered as his palm glowed with a faint blue light. "Then you can die with your ignorance and stupidity." He raised his hand and sent out a palm. In an instant, the surrounding flames of the Netherworld condensed, forming a huge palm in this narrow space. It covered every corner of this place, leaving no place for him to escape. Even if he turned around and ran now, it was already too late. The Netherworld Divine Palm had already come crashing down. This could no longer be called a divine palm, but a huge flaming palm that descended from the sky. It was like a fireball that pressed down fiercely. Everywhere it went was ignited by the flames. Even the void was about to be ignited by the flames of the Netherworld. Tianyin raised his head and looked up. The combat power of this palm was as high as 180 million. Obviously, the Netherworld Great Emperor wanted to kill him in one move. It could be said that the Netherworld Great Emperor used all the Netherworld fire in this palm to explode the ultimate power. The Netherworld Great Emperor didn't let his guard down against Tianyin just because he had broken through to the Spirit King stage. He still used his strongest power to crush Tianyin to death. This was nothing to be ashamed of, but it was more to vent his anger and grievance. How can he not be angry after being beaten by Tianyin all the way? Equip Heavenly Dragon set. Successfully equip Heavenly Dragon armor. Ding. Successfully equipped the Heavenly Dragon boots. Ding. Successfully equipped the Heavenly Dragon set. Set attributes increase by 15 times defense, 15 times strength, 5 times speed. After wearing the full set of Heavenly Dragon equipment, his power increased greatly. On top of his original attributes, there was a 15 times increase in defense and other attributes. All of a sudden, his power exploded. The overall effect was even stronger than the Evil Dragon set equipment. At the end of the day, the Evil Dragon equipment set was only level 30 equipment. Therefore, in terms of overall strength, it could not compare to a high-grade sacred weapon. In an instant, his combat power skyrocketed. Holding the Heavenly Dragon Divine soared tightly. His entire body emitted a golden light, looking very conspicuous. Vaguely, a Heavenly Dragon appeared behind Shao Qin. It was the Heavenly Dragon's power. Even his armor had a few Heavenly Dragons carved on it, making him look very domineering. Heavenly Dragon slash. Tianyin's eyes flashed with 2 Heavenly Dragons. He quickly unsheathed his sword and swung it towards the sky. An extreme ray of light pierced through the sky. The perfect arc was like a bright moon. It looked so beautiful, but at the same time it contained danger. The extreme sword light cut the palm that was coming down toward Shao Qin into 2 pieces. Countless sparks scattered in the air and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The sharp sword light continued to slash towards the Netherworld Great Emperor. Deep gullies appeared on the hard ground. This was just a scratch. 200 million combat power. The Netherworld Great Emperor was overbearing, but Yi Tianyin was even more overbearing and heaven-defying. With layers upon layers, who would dare to stop him? How could this be? The Netherworld Great Emperor was shocked. Before he could even shout, the sword light had already slashed towards him. By the time he tried to block it, it was already too late. This overbearing sword light had already quickly slashed towards him. He could only stretch out his arms and put them together to block it. At the same time, he used the Netherworld flame to form a firewall to block the sword light. Swish! The Netherworld flame was also cut in two and heavily hit his body. Bang! The Netherworld Great Emperor was sent flying and smashed into the wall. Accompanied by the violent impact, he was stuck to the wall and slid down. He coughed a few times and coughed out some blood. The Netherworld Great Emperor's eyes were filled with horror. This was the strongest power he had unleashed, and he also had the support of the Netherworld Great Array. He didn't expect that he would still lose to Yi Tianyin. Doesn't this mean that Yi Tianyin's strength is already at the Spirit King stage? You are at the Spirit King stage? The Netherworld Great Emperor couldn't believe that the young man in front of him was already at the Spirit King stage. So what if I am? Is it important to someone who is about to die? Yi Tianyin walked towards the Netherworld Great Emperor step by step. His eyes were filled with cold light. You have to pay for what you have done. You killed innocent people for your own selfish desires. Today, I will kill you as a sacrifice to the heavens. Haha, killing innocent people. You are talking as if you don't know how to kill people. In fact, your hands are also stained with blood. The Netherworld Great Emperor said sarcastically, I don't deny that my hands are stained with blood, but I know very well who I should kill and who I shouldn't kill. At the very least, I won't kill innocent people or those who shouldn't be killed. Yi Tianyin's figure flashed as he rushed towards the Netherworld Great Emperor. He waved the heavenly dragon divine sword and thrust it towards the Netherworld Great Emperor. It was time for everything to end. It was time to end this war. They are all weaklings. Weaklings should be trampled under my feet. They should all become my stepping stones. The Netherworld Great Emperor roared as a high-grade holy artifact appeared in his hand. He swung it towards Yi Tianyin, and the Netherworld fire instantly enveloped the sword. The Netherworld Great Emperor's momentum was not bad, but compared to Yi Tianyin's extreme sharpness, the gap between the two was too big. OM! A sword light flashed and pierced through the body of the Netherworld Great Emperor, accompanied by the roar of the heavenly dragon. The Netherworld Great Emperor, who was stabbing forward with the sword, froze on the spot. His eyes widened in disbelief. He had already broken through to the Spirit King stage, so how could he lose to a young man? At this time, the heavenly dragon divine sword had already sunk into his chest. The violent power of the sword didn't just crush his heart, but also his internal organs. His combat power was as high as 200 million. The increase in his cultivation, the explosion of crazy mode, and the superimposition of a high-grade holy artifact had reached a terrifying peak. Chapter 444. You. The Netherworld Great Emperor couldn't even finish his words. The light in his eyes was getting dimmer and dimmer. It seemed like he wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. It was already a miracle that he could still speak. Pucci! Yi Tianyin pulled out the heavenly dragon divine sword fiercely, and the Netherworld Great Emperor's body fell heavily on the ground. He didn't have time to talk to the Netherworld Great Emperor, let alone talk to a tyrant. Bang! The Netherworld Great Emperor fell to the ground and couldn't say a word anymore. His life force began to fade rapidly, and if he continued like this, he would definitely die. Just like that, a great emperor died in his hands, and it was a Spirit King stage powerhouse. It was shocking. The Netherworld Great Emperor, who had ruled this area for so many years, died just like that. It was really unexpected. No one would have thought that the Netherworld Empire would collapse, but the Netherworld Great Emperor died in the hands of Yi Tianyin. Your life is pretty tough. You didn't die even after all that. Then I'll cut off your head and use it as a sacrifice to the many innocent people who died. Yi Tianyin raised the heavenly dragon divine sword in his hand and stabbed towards the Netherworld Great Emperor's head. But just when he was about to stab the Netherworld Great Emperor, a blue light suddenly burst out from the Netherworld Great Emperor's head. Yi Tianyin quickly withdrew his sword to block the attack. But with a loud bang, the Netherworld Great Emperor was blown away by the Netherworld Great Emperor's attack. After spinning several times in the air, Yi Tianyin finally fell to the ground 10 meters away from the Netherworld Great Emperor. But soon, Yi Tianyin's immortal fire surged up and extinguished the Netherworld Great Emperor's immortal fire. The Netherworld Great Emperor's immortal fire was much stronger than before. If it wasn't for Yi Tianyin's amazing defense, he would have been burned to death. What's with this power? Who are you? Yi Tianyin looked coldly at the Netherworld Great Emperor, who was lying on the ground. This was definitely not the Netherworld Great Emperor's power. The Netherworld Great Emperor was only at the Spirit King stage. So how could he be so powerful? I didn't expect that I would die before I could use my power. But this is good. Let me take over this body. The Netherworld Great Emperor crawled up from the ground. His eyes were pitch black, and there was no focus in them. There was no sign of life. He was like a corpse without a soul, but he still stood up. A faint blue light was released from his head and enveloped his entire body. The large hole in his chest actually began to heal rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the bowl-sized hole was filled. The healing speed was quite astonishing. Yi Tianyin's eyes narrowed. This power had exceeded his expectations. Could it be that there was another person hidden within the Netherworld Emperor's body? The appraisal, I quickly looked at the Netherworld Great Emperor, but it could not find anything. It still showed the Netherworld Great Emperor's detailed information and not the other's information. What's going on? Yi Tianyin frowned and disappeared in the next moment. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the Netherworld Great Emperor. Yi Tianyin swung his sword fiercely towards the Netherworld Great Emperor. A blue light flashed in the Netherworld Great Emperor's pitch-black eyes. Immediately, a thick blue armor appeared on his arm. It looked like dense dragon scales were covering his arm. The moment when the sword was about to stab the Netherworld Great Emperor, Yi Tianyin raised his hand and fiercely grabbed the heavenly dragon divine sword. Bang! The Netherworld Great Emperor was still pushed back by the impact, but he still tightly held the heavenly dragon divine sword. The violent power raged on his arm, cracking the dragon scales on his arm and causing them to fall to the ground. A large amount of blood spurted out from his arm, and even his arm was almost crippled. This dragon scale arm armor is good, but it's still a lot worse than Yi Tianyin's attack. It can still break his arm. Die for me! Yi Tianyin's eyes flashed, and he immediately increased the strength of his arm and slashed at the Netherworld Great Emperor's waist. It didn't matter if the Netherworld Great Emperor was a human or a ghost. He would kill him directly. However, the Netherworld Great Emperor had already recovered and pressed the heavenly dragon divine sword. Yi Tianyin felt that the heavenly dragon divine sword in his hand was pressed to the ground. One must know that his power was as high as 200 million, but he did not expect that it would be suppressed by the Netherworld Great Emperor. After being suppressed, the Netherworld Great Emperor bounced back and floated to the ground. His arm was bloody, but he was expressionless as if he was not the one who was injured. A cold light flashed in his head, and the injury on his arm quickly recovered. The Netherworld Great Emperor's healing ability was quite amazing, and it was far from the power that the Netherworld Great Emperor could display. Finally, I have completely occupied this body. It took me a lot of effort to do so. This kid is really too weak. I spent so much effort to cultivate him, but he still fell to the state. But forget it, I was waiting for him to break through to the Spirit King stage. But now that he is injured, it will be much easier for me to occupy his body. Thank you so much. Netherworld Great Emperor faintly smiled. His eyes began to focus, but his deep blue pupils looked very demonic. Yi Tianyun's pupils shrunk, and at this time, the appraisal, I finally updated its data. Unknown soul. Third layer Spirit King stage has powerful soul power, can occupy a person's body, but needs a long time to get used to it. Martial arts. Netherworld Divine Palm. Netherworld Divine Art. Netherworld Burning Body Art. Netherworld Dragon Possession. Weakness. Extreme Fire. Overall combat power. 250 million Netherworld Great Array. Drops Netherworld Divine Palm. Netherworld Divine Art. Netherworld Dragon Possession. Netherworld Pearl. Rare low-grade Divine Artifact. Netherworld Pearl. Low-grade Divine Artifact. Can control the Netherworld Fire. Can store a large amount of Netherworld Fire and can be used for cultivation. It is an excellent Divine Artifact for controlling the Netherworld Fire. It can store and nourish the soul inside, and as long as it doesn't leave the body, it can survive for a long time. The unknown soul that took over the Netherworld Great Emperor's body also has the Netherworld Pearl in his head. The Netherworld Great Emperor's head has the Netherworld Pearl, which is a great divine artifact. After being possessed, the Netherworld Great Emperor's cultivation has broken through to the third layer Spirit King stage, reaching an astonishing 250 million combat power. Even without the Netherworld Great Array, his combat power is still close to 200 million. This is the terror of the Spirit King stage. The most terrifying thing is the Netherworld Pearl, but the one who can control the Netherworld Pearl is not the Netherworld Great Emperor, but the unknown soul. Presumably, the Netherworld Great Emperor didn't use the Netherworld Pearl before because he couldn't control it. Otherwise, it would definitely be a great trump card that can control any Netherworld Fire at will. Chapter 445. The sudden change surprised Yi Tianyan. He didn't expect that there was a Netherworld Pearl in the Netherworld Emperor's head. Inside the Netherworld Pearl, there was a terrifying soul and the cultivation of the third layer Spirit King stage. It was really shocking. Combined with the Netherworld Great Array, the power of the Netherworld Pearl reached 250 million, which was really terrifying. It could easily kill a Void Spirit Stage cultivator without any resistance. This was not only limited to the difference between the Spirit King stage and the Void Spirit Stage, it was also reflected in any big realm. When the difference was a big realm, it was still easy to crush the opponent. Unless there were too many people and the spiritual power was exhausted, it would be easy to kill the opponent. Now, the possessed Netherworld Emperor gave him a strong sense of pressure, and sure enough, there was a new problem. However, this problem had been hidden for a long time, waiting for the opportunity to possess the Netherworld Emperor. This meant that even if Yi Tianyan didn't come to deal with the Netherworld Emperor would be possessed in the end. At that time, no one would know that the Netherworld Emperor had been possessed. His appearance wouldn't change, but his personality would become another person. Who are you? Yi Tianyan stared at the fake Netherworld Emperor. He wanted to know who was the one who possessed the Netherworld Emperor. Who am I? The fake Netherworld Emperor looked at him with a smile and said, "But you are indeed qualified to know my name. My name is Ming Qin, a name that no one in this area knows. You are very strong, and I admire you very much. I will give you a chance. As long as you swear to be loyal to me forever, I will vigorously cultivate you. In the future, let alone Spirit King stage. Even Saint King stage is not impossible. You'll have a place in the divine nations." Ming Qin. Yi Tianyan narrowed his eyes and looked at the fake Netherworld Emperor. Who are you? If you want me to submit to you, at least give me a convincing reason, right? Divine nation? Is this enough? Ming Qin looked at him arrogantly. This is just a small part of my soul. I want to build a branch force in this area. The power of the divine nation is far beyond your imagination. To put it bluntly, a force like yours could be easily crushed with a single slap. You wouldn't be able to resist at all. It really is a divine kingdom. Yi Tianyin narrowed his eyes. The divine kingdom had always been a legend, and no one knew where it was located. Most people would say that it was in the sky, and even if one could fly, it would not be easy to reach it. Only when the emissary led them up could they reach their destination smoothly. No one knew the details. There were no records at all. There were simply too few people who knew. It was only natural that the God nation was very powerful. Otherwise, how could it be called a fifth-grade force? He didn't think that the divine kingdom couldn't do what Ming Qin had said. If they wanted to kill them, it would be as easy as killing an ant. Why did you choose to split your soul? Don't tell me you won't take the initiative to come down and occupy this place? Yi Tianyin immediately grasped the crux of the matter. He said that he could easily slap it to death. But why didn't he give it a try? You don't need to know this. Now, I only give you two choices. Either obey or die. Which one do you choose? Ming Chen did not answer his question and still spoke in an arrogant tone. My choice, of course, is to kill you. Yi Tianyin rushed over and once again waved the heavenly dragon sword in his hand, stabbing towards Ming Chen. His power instantly erupted to the extreme. Crazy damage mode activate. Dragon God bloodline activate. After the double power erupted, his power instantly reached the pinnacle level. 240 million. But it was still a little worse than Ming Chen. The next moment he ignited his blood essence, and the dragon god bloodline in his body began to boil, as if it was boiling. Under the stimulation, his power was greatly increased, exploding to 265 million battle power, which was even stronger than Ming Chen. Heavenly Dragon slash! Yi Tianyun's eyes flashed with a cold light. He was ready to risk everything to kill Ming Chen. He couldn't let Ming Chen live, otherwise they would die together. Ming Chen definitely played a part in the Netherworld Emperor's cruelty, so joining him was tantamount to courting death. If he did not join him, he would also be waiting for death. Now he only had one way, and that was to kill Ming Chen. It seems that you are stubborn. Then go to hell. Ming Chen's eyes turned cold, and a long sword immediately appeared in his hand. It was the sword that the Netherworld Emperor had used before, the Netherworld Divine Sword. Netherworld Dragon Possession. Ming Chen was not negligent. He felt that Yi Tianyun's aura was so strong that it was impossible for him to resist it in his normal state. He suddenly released a unique skill, and his power instantly soared. The shadow of the Abyss Dragon instantly possessed his body, and a thick layer of dragon scales appeared on his body. More importantly, even his entire head had turned into a dragon's head. It was a terrifying sight, and his entire face was covered in black dragon scales. His combat power skyrocketed from 250 million to 270 million, which was a little stronger than Yi Tianyun's combat power. Ming Chen did not expect that he would be able to burst out such a terrifying power in this state, which was really beyond his expectation. Is a third-layer Spirit King stage so powerful? No, it's just that Ming Chen has too many tricks up his sleeves. He has a lot of treasures, and his power is not inferior to Yi Tianyun's. However, if they were to compete, Yi Tianyin would definitely be stronger than him. After all, he was only at the third-layer Void Spirit stage. In the blink of an eye, Ming Chen clenched the Netherworld Divine Sword and thrust it forward. His explosive power collided with Yi Tianyun's Heavenly Dragon Divine Sword. The two dragons wrestled with each other, and the impact of the collision caused both of them to be slightly pushed back. However, they were not pushed back too far. Ming Chen raised his weapon again and slashed at Yi Tianyin. Since the difference in combat power between the two was not very big, it was hard to tell who would win. Burning your blood essence? Let's see how long you can last. Ming Chen sneered. He looked very calm on the surface, but in his heart he was shocked. He had used all his strength, but he did not expect that Yi Tianyin would be able to resist his attack, at least longer than you. Yi Tianyun's eyes were cold. He had the enhanced version of Blood Jade, so of course he was not worried about blood chi. Otherwise, he would not dare to burn his blood essence at will. After a few dozen moves, Ming Chen's combat power suddenly dropped to 210 million, which was far behind Yi Tianyan. Chapter 446. After the Netherworld Great Array was destroyed, the surrounding Netherworld fire quickly receded and could not continue to gather. Without the support of the Netherworld Great Array, Ming Chen's combat power was greatly reduced. It was as if he had been severely cut by a knife. His combat power suddenly decreased by 40 to 50 million, which was enough to show how amazing the impact of the Netherworld Great Array was. My Netherworld Great Array. While Ming Chen was still in a daze, Yi Tianyan seized the opportunity and fiercely slashed at Ming Chen with his sword. The sharp sword Qi slashed straight down. It was still so fierce and unparalleled. At this moment, Ming Chen immediately reacted and quickly dodged to the side, trying to avoid this violent sword strike. It has to be said that even without the support of the Netherworld Dragon Great Array, Ming Chen's speed was still amazing. He fiercely stomped on the ground, and the amazing momentum pushed him to the side. However, although he was fast, Yi Tianyan was faster. Break! Yi Tianyan's eyes turned cold, and he slashed down. The sword Qi cut through Ming Chen's shoulder, broke the solid dragon scales, and cut off his entire left arm. Blood gushed out like a fountain. Damn it! Ming Chen's face was pale and showed a bit of pain. After possessing the body of the Netherworld Great Emperor, the pain of the injury was naturally transferred to his soul. Immediately, the Netherworld pearl in his head quickly gushed out a light and began to heal the injury. In the blink of an eye, the bleeding stopped, but it was not as heaven-defying as before when the arm would grow out. The Netherworld pearl could at most heal the wound, but the broken arm was not so easy to recover. Split it! Yi Tianyan did not stop attacking. He immediately released his doppelgangers. 3 doppelgangers immediately emerged from the side, holding the Heavenly Dragon Divine sword in their hands, so as to not let Ming Chen escape. Ming Chen's face suddenly changed. He did not expect that Yi Tianyan would have such an abnormal move. How could he have doppelgangers? Yi Tianyan would not let go of the opportunity to chase and attack fiercely. This was a chance to take his life when he was down. Yi Tianyan chased after him at an even faster speed, flanking him and slashing down with their Heavenly Dragon Divine swords. The doppelganger's power was weaker, but Yi Tianyan's goal was to stop him from escaping, not to kill him. The doppelganger's power was not enough to kill him. Go to hell! Ming Chen roared, and the Netherworld pearl in his head flashed with a blue light. Then it flew out of his mouth, and a crazy Netherworld fire was released from the Netherworld pearl. The endless Netherworld fire swept in all directions and instantly engulfed the 3 doppelgangers. Before the 3 clones could even get close to him, they had already been burned to ashes, leaving not even a bit of residue. The Netherworld fire swallowed Yi Tianyan along with the Netherworld fire. The terrifying Netherworld fire invaded Yi Tianyan's body crazily, wreaking havoc in his body. In the blink of an eye, the surface of his body was charred. The flames of the Netherworld pearl were quite terrifying. They were much stronger than the Netherworld fire that he had released before. They were on a completely different level. Yi Tianyan quickly retreated from the Netherworld fire. His body was burned to ashes, which showed the power of the Netherworld fire. What a strong flame! It's not on the same level as the one released before. Yi Tianyan's heart trembled. Just the impact just now was already as high as 270 million battle power. If not for his amazing defense, he would have been burned to ashes. Then he quickly mobilized the immortal fire in his body to drive out the Netherworld fire that had invaded his body. Originally, he could completely suppress the immortal fire, but this time it was much more difficult to expel the Netherworld fire. Fortunately, with a little time, he could expel the Netherworld fire, but the inside of his body had been burned. He took out a recovery pill, stuffed it into his mouth, and began to recover. His eyes were fixed on Ming Chen, who was surrounded by the netherworld fire, and he did not dare to go any closer. With the appraisal eye, the status of the flame was refreshed. High-grade earth level netherworld fire. Sure enough, no wonder its power has increased so much. Even if it is not as rare as the immortal fire, it can still suppress the immortal fire. This is just like water restrains fire. If the amount of fire far exceeds the amount of water, it can easily boil the water. After a moment, the netherworld fire was retracted. Ming Chen looked at him coldly. His broken arm did not grow back and his face was pale. I didn't expect you to have such power. I underestimated you. Ming Chen clenched the netherworld divine sword and looked at him coldly. A little worm can force me to this point. It's really embarrassing. If I were here, you would just be an ant, and I could crush you easily. But it's all over now. No matter how strong you are, can you be stronger than my netherworld pearl? The netherworld pearl floated in front of him, flashing a strange flame. As long as he could continue to release the netherworld fire, he would not be able to kill Ming Chen. But correspondingly, if he killed Ming Chen, the netherworld pearl would belong to him. This was a divine artifact, and a good one at that. Yi Tianyin adjusted the spiritual power in his body. He had to admit that the current situation was quite serious. Ming Chen was really powerful. In a situation where Ming Chen's cultivation was far higher than his, and he had so many treasures, it would be difficult to deal with him. What's wrong? Are you so scared that you can't speak? Ming Chen sneered. Don't worry, the pain will soon be over. Then you will see your family and friends, and they will accompany you to hell. As soon as he finished speaking, the netherworld pearl that was floating in front of Ming Chen flashed crazily. Then 3 netherworld dragons that were condensed from the netherworld fire came roaring toward him. Ming Chen was surrounded from all directions and had no way to escape. They had completely locked his aura. Each netherworld dragon contained a terrible netherworld fire, and even if he used the sky-devouring divine art, he could not absorb this terrible fire. This was already beyond his peak level, so how could he absorb it? Yi Tianyin stood in the same place, motionless, waiting for the netherworld dragons to rush towards him, as if he had given up struggling. Have you given up struggling? This is what you should do when you know your limits. No matter how hard you struggle, it's futile. Ming Chen's expression was ferocious, and he could foresee that Yi Tianyin would be burned to ashes. Yi Tianyin's eyes flashed when the abyss dragon pounced on him, and he instantly disappeared in place. The aura of the 3-headed abyss dragon completely disappeared, and the attack lost its target and direction. What? He disappeared? Ming Chen was shocked. While he was still in shock, a sense of danger came from behind him, causing him to quickly rush forward to avoid the attack. But it was still too late. A sword slashed at his waist, and the sword light shook the air, making a buzzing sound, and then a light cut through Ming Chen's waist. Chapter 447. The heavenly dragon divine sword slashed across Ming Chen's body, and the extremely sharp sword light turned into a thin line from his waist to the side, and when it came into contact with the fire of the netherworld, it cut the fire of the netherworld into 2. Ming Chen's eyes widened, and when he tried to look at his body, his upper body and lower body were separated, and a large amount of blood spurted out from his waist, and he fell to the ground. Without half of his body, he could not move at all. Let's die together. A cruel smile appeared on Ming Chen's face. Under his command, the 3 nether dragons behind him roared, and even the nether pearl released the nether fire, crazily engulfing Ming Chen's group. This time, the flames were terrifying enough. It was as if all the flames within the nether pearl had been released. It was as if the nether pearl had truly gone mad. It crazily shot out in all directions, and more of them appeared. Several nether dragons rushed out, one after another, as if there was no end to them. After rushing out, they all rushed towards Yi Tianyin. In front of him, dozens of nether dragons surrounded him, and one by one, they were gnawing at him. This time he really could not escape. Teleportation was still in cooldown, and he could not teleport away like before. He had not used teleportation before, mainly because he wanted to escape. The effect of a sneak attack might be more obvious, but it was perfect for escaping. Now, the best proof was that what he was worried about had finally happened, and he was trapped in a dead end, unable to escape. Danger, danger, danger. Life is in danger. The system warned frantically, which meant that the attacks that Tianyin was facing had exceeded his limit, and if he continued to resist, the result would be death. I didn't want to use it, but it seems that I have to use it in the end. A divine rune appeared in Tianyin's hand, and this was the heaven and earth divine rune that Yi Qingxian had given him before. This divine rune could increase his strength by 5 times, and he had used most of his blood essence to carve it. Perhaps the strengthened blood jade could help him recover, but the replenishment of his blood essence would still cause some damage to his soul. Therefore, he did not dare to use it casually. Although it could replenish his blood essence, the damage to his soul was not so easy to heal. Otherwise, he would have asked Yi Qingxian to carve a few more divine runes for him, and it would definitely be a trump card. Now the situation was urgent, and if he did not use it, he would die. Of course, he still had 3 lives in his inventory, but they were even more precious. Who knew if he would receive more lives in the future? If he lost them, it would be such a waste. The most important thing was that after he resurrected, he would be surrounded by a sea of fire, and he might die a second time. The best way was to fight back, and suppress the nether pearl was to kill him. Fire, fire, divine rune. Tianyin put the heaven and earth divine rune on his body, and the blood essence on the divine rune paper quickly penetrated into his body and fused with the blood essence in his body. Divine rune, divine runes, divine rune. On top of the original 16 times crazy mode, the effect was increased by 5 times, reaching 21 times the power. A 21 times increase in power meant that on top of his base of 15 million, it would directly explode. 315 million. This was just the most basic damage bonus. There were still many things that hadn't been added, weapons, Dragon God bloodline, and so on. Berserk mode and heaven and Earth God sigil would not stack with the damage of the weapon. Otherwise, it would be terrifying. Now, even without these effects, it had already reached 315 million. After adding weapons and Dragon God bloodline, the final combat power reached 360 million. But it was not over yet. He gripped the heavenly dragon, celestial sword tightly in his hand. His eyes flickered, and a shadow began to appear behind him. After breaking through to the void spirit stage, each cultivator would awaken their own void spirit force, and what he awakened was himself. The shadow that appeared behind him was not a dragon god, nor was it a sky dragon, but Tianyin himself. A gigantic figure of himself that had been magnified more than 10 times was gripping the heavenly dragon, divine, sword tightly with him, ready to attack. Holding the sword in his hand, it was as if he was holding the entire world in his hand, releasing an imposing aura that looked down on the world. One sword shatters the heavens. He fiercely swung forward, and the phantom image that appeared behind him also fiercely swung forward. The enlarged heavenly dragon divine sword also slashed out. The incomparably thick sword radiance slashed in all directions, and the entire secret chamber was shrouded by this sword radiance. At this moment, his combat power soared to 400 million, an extremely terrifying number. Even a divine artifact would have to surrender in front of him. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying sword light shattered all the nether dragons that pounced on him, turning them into countless blue starlight drifting around. They were completely cut into powder by this sword light without exception. When Ming Qin saw the scene, he looked at Tianyin in disbelief. He didn't expect that even after releasing all the energy in the Netherworld Pearl, he still couldn't cause any damage to Tianyin. How was this possible? When he wanted to say something, it was too late. The sword light had already shrouded him and completely crushed his body into pieces. He didn't even have time to scream before he was completely dead. The remaining sword light blasted on the solid wall, and the whole earth trembled. Sher Shuiyun and others above could clearly feel the violent vibration coming from under their feet. Tianyin. Sher Shuiyun's eyes were full of worry. She didn't want to see Tianyin meet with any mishap. If she could, she didn't want to carry out that plan, which would make her stay in pain for the rest of her life. Other people's eyes were also full of worry, but many of them started to clear the Netherworld Imperial capital before Tianyin came out. They didn't really want to stay here all the time. There were still many scourges that had not been eliminated. What they needed to do was to flatten the Netherworld Imperial capital, not to occupy it. They didn't want the Netherworld Imperial capital, but to enforce justice on behalf of heaven and eradicate this scourge. However, when they sensed the violent tremors, they all stopped. They were extremely worried. They didn't know if they should go down to check the situation, or if Tianyin was seriously injured and needed their help. Old Ancestor. They all looked at the old ancestor of the spirit race, waiting for his instructions. Chapter 448. The old ancestor of the spirit race didn't know what was going on, so he sent someone to check it out. The old ancestor of the spirit race was the first one to go down. His cultivation was at the void spirit stage, so it was safe for him to go down. I will go with you. Renlong stood up and said. The old ancestor wanted to say something, but when he saw Renlong's determined eyes, he didn't say anything. Obviously, no matter how he tried to stop him, Renlong would never listen to him. Old ancestor, I also want to go down with you. Yes, we also want to go down and see the situation of the young lord. They shouted one by one. They didn't want to stay up there. They all wanted to go down and see the situation of Tianyin with their own eyes. That's enough. We will go down together. If there is any danger, how can we protect you? The old ancestor said in a deep voice. I believe the Spirit King knows what you are thinking, but now is not the time to be emotional. Just stay up there. Sher Shuiyun opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end, she clenched her small fists and didn't say anything. Her cultivation was too low. Even if she was the palace lord, she couldn't go down there. Otherwise, she would become a burden. At her age, her cultivation was not low. She should belong to the ranks of geniuses, but her cultivation was too low. She would become a burden if she went down there. She knew the problem, so she didn't say that she wanted to go down, but she wanted to see the situation more than anyone else. Hearing the words of the old ancestor, everyone calmed down and didn't fight to go down. They could only stay up there and wait for the final result. The spirit race old ancestor and Renlong nodded. The two of them came to the passageway behind the dragon throne and began to walk down. The netherworld flame that came at them made them quickly use their spiritual power to resist it. Although the netherworld great formation was broken, there were still many netherworld fire here. Those with low cultivation still couldn't go down. We just came down, and it's already difficult to go down. Fortunately, we didn't let them come down. The old ancestor said in a deep voice, Yes, the power of the netherworld's fire is amazing. Without the cultivation of core transformation stage, it's impossible to resist it. Renlong nodded. He also felt that this place was very dangerous. They carefully walked down, and when they were about to reach the bottom, another explosion came from inside, causing them to retreat quickly. Their hearts tightened. Did Tianyin really meet with misfortune? After the spiritual power fluctuations inside had calmed down, they continued to walk forward. What they saw was a sea of fire. There was a deep ravine on the surrounding walls, as if it had been slashed by something sharp. At this moment, they saw a familiar figure standing at the side, holding a long sword in his hand, his eyes filled with killing intent as he looked forward. This person was Tianyin, who had come down a while ago. His body was charred black and he looked a little ragged, but overall he seemed to be fine. Apart from him, there was no one else around. At most, there was a large pool of blood on the ground and pieces of corpses scattered all over the ground. It looked quite disgusting. Spirit King, Brother E. When the two of them saw that E Tianyin was fine, they were overjoyed, but just when they wanted to go over to him, E Tianyin quickly reached out and stopped them. Don't rush over. The Netherworld's fire here will hurt you. Wait for me to clear this place first. E Tianyin just killed Si Mingqin, and then they came down. At this time, a pleasant voice sounded in their ears. Ding! Successfully killed Netherworld Great Emperor. Reward: 90 million EXP 10. 000 CPS 10. 000 SPs. Obtained Martial Art Netherworld Divine Art, Netherworld Divine Palm, Netherworld Burning Body Secret Art, Netherworld Dragon Possession. Items obtained: Soul of the Nether, Rare, Nether Divine Sword, High-Grade Saint Artifact, Nether Armor, High-Grade Saint Artifact, Nether Boots, High-Grade Saint Artifact, Nether Fire, Mid-Grade, Earth-Grade Flame. Ding! Congratulations on killing an enemy above your level. Reward: 100 million EXP 10. 000 CPS 10. 000 SPs. 1 Super Enhanced Lottery Roulette Ticket. The reward was amazing. With 16 times the Express, E Tianyin got a total of 90 million EXP. It means that his base value is 5 million, which is a lot more than Void Spirit Stage. Sure enough, the EXP is a qualitative leap. However, the reward for killing the unknown soul didn't appear. Is there no reward for dying? E Tianyin looked up and saw a small ball of light flying towards the Netherworld Pearl. Its speed was not fast nor slow, and it looked quite weak. Ming Chen's soul was at the 8th level of the core transformation stage, and it was about to collapse. Sure enough, he's not dead. E Tianyin quickly rushed over, reached out his hand and pinched the light in his hand, and used his spiritual power to lock the light in his hand. You want to leave? E Tianyin looked at the soul in his hand coldly. If he let the soul escape into the Netherworld Pearl, it would be troublesome. Let me go. Ming Chen's soul struggled, trying to break free from E Tianyin's hand. But how could such a weak soul break free? Let you go? Do you think I will let you go? E Tianyin said calmly. I will give you a chance to let me go. Otherwise, I will bring strong cultivators to destroy your force. Ming Chen threatened E Tianyin. This is just a part of my soul. If I kill it, my real body will definitely know about it. Then you will die. E Tianyin narrowed his eyes and looked at Ming Chen. Ming Chen was right. Ming Chen's soul was only a small part of his soul. So if E Tianyin killed him, his real body would definitely know about it. Then you will send a large group of strong cultivators to destroy us. E Tianyin said calmly. Yes, the power of our God Nation is not something you can imagine. If my power was at its peak, do you think you could hurt me with just that? Even though Ming Chen was caught by E Tianyin, he was still very arrogant. So I advise you to let me go. Otherwise, I will make you beg for death. Oh, what if I let you go? E Tianyin said calmly. If you let me go, I will consider sparing your life. Ming Chen said solemnly. Is that so? Thank you very much. At this time, E Tianyin grabbed Ming Chen's soul and squeezed it fiercely. Under the violent pressure, Ming Chen's soul was immediately deformed. Ming Chen was so scared that he shouted, You! What are you doing? You will spare my life, but I will not spare yours. Besides, do you think I can trust your words? E Tianyin sneered. I am afraid that you will find an opportunity to possess me. Immediately he increased his strength, and Ming Chen's soul was about to be crushed. Just as he was about to explode, Ming Chen let out an unwilling roar. I won't let you off. I will bring my people to flatten you and kill you. Bang! Ming Chen's soul was completely crushed. It turned into light spots and fell to the ground. Chapter 449. Ding! Successfully hit Ming Chen's soul. Reward: 120 million EXP, 12,000 crazy point, 15,000 SBS. Reward: Netherworld Divine Art, Netherworld Divine Palm, Netherworld Burning Body Secret Art, Netherworld Dragon Possession. Reward: Netherworld Treasure Map, Rare, Netherworld Secret Order, Rare, Netherworld Astrolabe, Rare. After killing Ming Chen, Yi Tianyan noticed that a lot of things dropped. Although he didn't drop any equipment, the things that dropped seemed to be more important than the equipment. It's a pity that no divine tool dropped. It can only be said that the probability is too low. You won't let me go. Yi Tianyan's eyes flashed. Even if I let you live, I don't think my situation will be any better, right? Of course. Ming Chen's words can't be trusted. The force that he built up was destroyed, just like that. How can he not take revenge? Moreover, such a sinister and cunning guy is courting death if you let him live. Yi Tianyan didn't expect that after overthrowing the Netherworld Empire, he would attract a stronger enemy, and that is the Divine Nation. Of course, no matter what, the Divine Nation is controlling everything behind the scenes. If he doesn't kill them, the Divine Nation will do the same. The law of the jungle is fully displayed here. If you don't have the strength, it's useless to hide in a corner. Yi Tianyan will never regret what he did. No matter how many enemies come, he will kill them all and turn them into EXP to level up. Soon after, he focused his gaze on the Netherworld Pearl. After losing its master, it fell from the sky and landed on the ground. It rolled a few times before landing at the side. From a distance, it looks like a beautiful pearl. It's much smaller than the Heavenly Dragon's secret treasure. It's the size of an ordinary pearl. If he didn't know, he would think that it's just a black pearl. But when he investigated it, he found out that it's a divine tool. This was a divine artifact, something that all empires and forces yearned for even in their dreams. However, it was simply too rare, and the difficulty of obtaining it was simply too high. The Netherworld Empire had the Netherworld Pearl, but theoretically it didn't belong to the Netherworld Great Emperor, so he could only control a small part of its power. If he had released such a terrifying Netherworld flame from the very beginning, he would have been seriously injured. He walked over and picked it up. Since it no longer had an owner, it had become an ownerless item. He made a small cut on his finger, and a drop of blood dripped onto the Netherworld Pearl, which was quickly absorbed by it. Rinlong and the patriarch of the spirit tribe were watching from the side, but they didn't dare to walk over. They could feel that the Netherworld flames around them were quite terrifying. If they weren't careful, they would be burned to ashes. This Netherworld fire was not the Netherworld fire that the Netherworld Emperor had absorbed before, but the high-grade Netherworld fire released by Ming Chen. Its power was at the Spirit King stage, and it was impossible for them to resist it. Fortunately, he was not successfully possessed. Otherwise, this area would have definitely turned into a purgatory. Bear! Suddenly, the Netherworld Pearl released a terrifying flame that swept towards him. In an instant, it enveloped his arm and quickly seeped into his body. Yi Tianyan's expression didn't change. He knew that this was the process of owner recognition. But after a moment, the Netherworld fire returned to the Netherworld Pearl, which meant that the owner recognition had failed. Owner recognition failed. Now that I think about it, I need to use the Netherworld fire. Without the Netherworld fire, I'm afraid that I won't be able to control it. Then, Yi Tianyan equipped the Netherworld fire. This was the treasure that the Netherworld Emperor had dropped. After equipping it, he would immediately use the Netherworld fire. Again, Yi Tianyan activated the Netherworld Pearl again, and the Netherworld fire swallowed the Netherworld Pearl crazily. Soon, the Netherworld Pearl merged with the Netherworld fire in his body. After the merging was successful, the energy between the two was instantly connected, and the entire Netherworld Pearl blossomed with a ghostly blue light. Very good, the owner recognition is successful. Yi Tianyun's eyes lit up. This divine artifact was immediately under his control. If not for the Netherworld fire, he really wouldn't be able to control the Netherworld pearl. There were very few people here who could control the Netherworld fire. Even if they could, the grade of the Netherworld fire might not be high enough, so the difficulty was not small. After successfully controlling the Netherworld pearl, Yi Tianyun quickly raised his hand and extended it towards the Netherworld fire. He said in a deep voice, "Store it for me." Immediately, the Netherworld pearl blossomed with a dazzling light, attracting the surrounding Netherworld fire. The Netherworld fire continuously flowed into the pearl and was completely stored. The Netherworld pearl had the effect of producing the Netherworld fire, but it was still relatively slow. Being able to store it was the best thing that could happen. The Netherworld fire was something that existed in the world. It was not something that was born. Instead, it was something that was forcefully absorbed after birth. Only then could one refine the Netherworld fire. There weren't many cultivators who possessed a heavenly flame. It should be said that it was relatively rare, especially for high-grade flames. Very quickly, the scattered Netherworld fire was absorbed by the Netherworld pearl. Aside from the Netherworld fire that came out from the passageway, the rest of the Netherworld fire was stored in the Netherworld pearl. Not bad. In the future, I will be able to use the Netherworld fire. One more flame means one more power. The Netherworld fire was not an evil flame. It was a flame that came from the world. Evil did not lie in the flame, but in the human heart. Spirit King, what treasure is this? It can absorb so much Netherworld fire? The spirit race's old ancestor walked over and looked curiously at the Netherworld pearl in Yi Tianyun's hand. This is my spoil of war. It is the spoil of war from killing the Netherworld Emperor. It is a divine artifact. Yi Tianyun did not hide anything. There was no need to hide anything. These were all trustworthy people. You really killed the Netherworld Emperor and obtained a divine artifact. Spirit King, you are really amazing. The spirit race's old ancestor exclaimed in admiration. The people above were worried that something might have happened to you. Now it seems that our Spirit King is really amazing. Yes, brother, he is really amazing. Our Heavenly Dragon Empire has made a big profit by making you a king. Renlong laughed happily, but soon his face sank. The Netherworld Emperor has been killed. The rest of the matters can be solved easily. I will immediately send people over to completely eradicate the evil forces in the capital of the Netherworld Empire. From now on, there will be no Netherworld Empire. Yes, from now on, there will be no Netherworld Empire. Chapter 450. Renlong and the spirit race old ancestor were very excited, but Yi Tianyun looked at them and shook his head. Spirit King, what's wrong? They all felt that there was something wrong with Yi Tianyun. The Netherworld Great Emperor was killed, so why was he still frowning as if he was worried about something? Actually, things are far from over. The Netherworld Great Emperor and the Netherworld Empire have been taken care of, but we have provoked a divine nation. Yi Tianyun said solemnly, Divine nation. They shouted in horror. They had heard of the divine nation before, but they had never seen it before. They were not in the same area, so they certainly didn't know what was going on. However, even if they hadn't seen it before, they had heard about the power of the divine nation. Rumor had it that void spirit experts were everywhere, and the environment there was like a paradise for cultivation. The resources there were far more than the area they were in, and only there were amazing divine tools. It was said that the divine tools here were all from the divine nation. Otherwise, how could they forge divine tools with their level? Immediately, Yi Tianyun told them the general situation, and their faces became even more ugly after listening to it. The situation was really not as simple as they thought. This is a serious matter. Let's go back now and report this matter to the entire Heavenly Clouds Mansion so that they know what to do next. But only the elders should know about it, and the disciples should not know about it for the time being. Yi Tianyun said solemnly, I agree with the Spirit King on this point. It will make the disciples panic, and it will be bad for their cultivation. The spirit race, old ancestors said. Well, let's go up now and tell them that we are safe. Yi Tianyin smiled. He knew that many people were worried about his situation. They all nodded and walked upstairs together. Before leaving, Yi Tianyin also took a look at this place. After everything is over, he will come back here again. His goal was very simple. He simply wanted to absorb the netherworld flames here. That way, the netherworld pearl would be able to become even more powerful. When everyone saw that Yi Tianyin was safe and sound, they immediately cheered excitedly. When they found out that the netherworld great emperor was killed, they cheered even louder, their voices resounding through the clouds. The heavenly clouds mansion overthrew the netherworld empire. So how could they not be excited? I knew you would come back safely. Sure, Shuiyin smiled. Yi Tianyin smiled as well. He understood everything without saying a word. Things came to an end soon. What was left was to clean up the entire Netherworld Emperor's capital, get rid of some remnants, and suppress some more important cities. This was left to Spirit Sect and the others. It was not difficult. As long as Big Head died, the rest would be much easier. Especially when Yi Tianyin sent the Black Dragon and the Red Dragon to attack the city, nothing was a problem. With the help of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, it wouldn't be difficult for them to destroy the Netherworld Empire. But before that, Yi Tianyin gathered all the elders and retold the story again. The originally excited crowd felt as if a large basin of cold water had been poured over them. It was so cold that their hearts trembled. They were prepared to face a divine nation, which made them feel a little desperate. That's roughly what happened. We don't know how the divine nation force will come down. We don't even know how to get there. Yi Tianyin glanced at the crowd and saw their worried expression and continued to say, but you don't have to worry so much. They would rather use the rise of a force to occupy this place than to come down themselves. It proves that it is not easy to come down here, or there is some kind of agreement. They don't dare to come down here at will. So, we don't have to worry about a large-scale attack. What we need to guard against is the arrival of a few experts. We can't resist a divine nation at the moment. But I believe that given enough time, we can even deal with a divine nation. Yi Tianyin said in a sonorous tone, the Netherworld Empire, an empire that was said to be invincible, was defeated by us. So, I believe that even if it is a divine nation, we can still resist. As long as they dare to attack us, we will dare to fight back. Yi Tianyin's words made everyone's heart beat faster. Originally, they couldn't even deal with a third-grade force, but now they have overthrown several third-grade forces and even crushed the divine nation force. As long as they have enough time, they can really resist a divine nation's attack. The Palace Lord is right. We need to be confident. Moreover, as long as the Palace Lord is here, we don't have to worry. Yes, we are not afraid of them. At worst, we will die. I would rather die standing than live kneeling. That's right, our spirit race has been suppressed and robbed for a long time. We have had enough of it. So what if it is a divine nation? No matter how many people come, I will be the first to fight. We will die anyway. Their emotions were quickly aroused, and they were no longer afraid of the pressure of a divine nation. In any case, it was the same when they faced the Netherworld Empire. If it wasn't for Yi Tianyin who saved them, they would have died a long time ago. So what if they come to a divine nation? At worst, they will die. At least, it is better than being imprisoned in a cage, like a beast. One by one, they stood up to support Yi Tianyin's decision. No one opposed it, which is enough to show that his prestige is extremely high. Don't worry, I don't need to worry about the divine nation, Yi Tianyin said. I just want to say that no matter how many people come, I will kill them all. Good. They all cheered and worshipped Yi Tianyin blindly. After making things clear, Yi Tianyin let them continue to clean up the remnants of the Netherworld Empire. If Yi Tianyin came alone, it would take a lot of effort. Everyone quickly dispersed and went about their own business. It didn't matter when the divine nation would attack. At least the Netherworld Empire must be eradicated now. Soon, only Yi Tianyun and Shi Shuiyun were left in the room. They haven't been together for a long time. "Aunt, I got into trouble again." Yi Tianyun scratched his head in embarrassment. "Don't you know how many troubles you have caused?" Shi Shuiyun smiled and couldn't help but reach out to hit him. But she slowly retracted her hand, looking at him with her beautiful eyes, and said, "No matter what you do, I will support you. All I can do is wait for you to come back." Chapter 451. When Shi Shuiyun turned around and was about to leave, a big hand gently hugged her waist and pulled her into a warm embrace. "Silly aunt, what are you thinking about?" How could Yi Tianyun not know what Shi Shuiyun was thinking about? She had thought about this before, but she couldn't help and could only watch from the side. Her mood was imaginable. Although he comforted her a lot, it couldn't make up for the anxiety in her heart. "Tianyun, I feel that I can't keep up with your pace." Shi Shuiyun sighed. This. Yi Tianyun didn't know how to answer. Who could keep up with his pace? Even if his cultivation was higher than his at the beginning, he would soon surpass him. This was the benefit of leveling up. There was no bottleneck. After a crazy killing or a wave of alchemy, he could successfully level up. If the time was short, he could level up in a month or even a few days. Who could compare with him? Actually, my thinking is very simple. I just want to help. I just want to see your situation more closely. Shi Shuiyun said softly, "When you were fighting down there, we didn't even have the qualification to go down. I felt very sad. If something bad happened to you, I wouldn't even have the qualification to see you for the last time." Her smile was full of bitterness. She knew that she couldn't keep up with Yi Tianyun, but she didn't even have the qualification to get close to him. This was the most sad thing for her. Yi Tianyun held her hand tightly. He could feel the trembling in Shi Shuiyun's heart, which was expressed in her small hand. "That's why every time I come back, the first thing I look for is you. Have you forgotten?" Yi Tianyun smiled faintly. He knew that he couldn't help Shi Shuiyun improve her cultivation by leaps and bounds. He had given her everything he could, such as alchemy and martial arts. He had given a lot of them to Shi Shuiyun. Shi Shuiyun had already broken through very quickly. It could be said that she was a monster, but the time was still too short for her to successfully break through to a good realm. Shi Shuiyun was startled. Her mind slowly calmed down. Thinking about it carefully, it was indeed so. No matter what he went to do, when he returned, Yi Tianyun would always be the first to see her, just to ensure her safety. "There are very few people who can fight side by side with me, but the first person I came back to see is you." Yi Tianyun whispered in her ear. "Tianyun." Shi Shuiyun gently leaned on his shoulder. Her mind gradually became empty. She didn't want to say anything. She just wanted to lie quietly for a while. Yi Tianyun leaned back slightly. In fact, there was no place to sit behind him, but he used his spiritual power to make him float as if he was sitting on a bed. He let Shi Shuiyun lie gently in his arms and enjoy the peace. There wasn't much contact, just a heart-to-heart talk. Yi Tianyun didn't know how much he could comfort Shi Shuiyun, but he knew that Shi Shuiyun definitely wouldn't stop here. She would continue to cultivate and break through. One day, she would stand behind him and help him. Shi Shuiyun wasn't the only one who had this idea. Yi Yuwei, Ju Lingyun, and the others also had the same idea, but they couldn't do it. Therefore, the only thing they could do was to carefully manage the Heavenly Clouds mansion and do what they could to the best of their ability. Yi Tianyun didn't ask them to rush up crazily. It was too difficult. Only the monster among the monsters could catch up with him. After the intimate moment, those who had to leave still had to leave. Shi Shuiyun still had to go to Heavenly Jade Sect. The battle was still going on, and all aspects of the cleanup were still in progress. Yi Tianyun also went to help. Some of the cities that were more difficult to clean up were personally handled by him. Everything went very smoothly. The entire Netherworld continent fell into a bloody massacre. Those who surrendered didn't die, and those who resisted were killed. Those who surrendered didn't become slaves. As long as they weren't very close to the Netherworld Empire or had a position, they would choose to leave. It would be too cruel to kill every single one of them. Most of them just wanted to come here to cultivate. Therefore, after knowing that the Netherworld imperial capital had fallen, many cultivators quickly evacuated. They knew that if they didn't leave, they would be the ones to die. All of a sudden, most of the cultivators in the cities were empty. There weren't many people in the cities, so the cleanup process would be much easier. Finally, after a few weeks of battle, there was only one city left. This city had gathered all the elite generals and ministers of the Netherworld Empire, and they were unwilling to surrender. "We will never surrender. If you want to kill us, then kill us. Yes, we will live and die with the Netherworld Empire. We will fight to the last man before we surrender. If you want to fight, then fight." They shouted loudly, not afraid of Tianyin at all. "It seems like you still have some hope for the Netherworld Empire. Do you think that there will be a strong expert coming to save you?" Tianyin looked at them and said indifferently, "The Netherworld Emperor and the Imperial Preceptor are both dead. Do you really think that they are still alive?" Tianyin's words made them fall into silence. Although the Netherworld Empire had fallen, they still believed that the Netherworld Emperor was still alive. After all, no one saw the Netherworld Great Emperor die with their own eyes. They felt that he might be hiding somewhere in seclusion. "Since you are so stubborn, then all of you will disappear from this world." Tianyin waved his hand and said in a deep voice, "All of you attack!" The two dragons rushed towards the Netherworld Empire. Both of them had broken through to the Void Spirit stage when they were slaughtering the city. Now, as long as the enemy wasn't a 5th or 6th layer Void Spirit stage expert, they could easily deal with them. Boom! Along with a loud sound, the massacre began. Tianyin didn't have the slightest bit of mercy in his heart. For a moment, the entire city turned into a sea of fire. Many people began to beg for mercy. "We were wrong. We surrender. We surrender. They instigated us to do this. We surrender." Yes, they said that the Netherworld Emperor is still alive. "As long as we hold on for a while, we will surrender." It hadn't been long since they started fighting, but their hearts immediately collapsed. It should be said that they had completely collapsed when they saw the two giant dragons, especially that black dragon. Wasn't that the black dragon rumored to have destroyed the Netherworld prison and killed a few generals? When they thought about it, the courage in their hearts instantly collapsed. You only have one chance. If you make the wrong choice, there will be no other choice. Tianyin's eyes were expressionless as he allowed his dragons to slaughter the city. The others also joined the battle and started killing indiscriminately. Perhaps it was a bit bloody, but compared to their madness, Tianyin's actions were nothing. Chapter 452. Under Tianyin's command, everyone rushed forward and continued to kill. For a time, the place was filled with screams and howls. No matter how much they begged for help or mercy, it was useless. No one would be soft-hearted towards them, because they had killed even more people when they were alive, and they had even slaughtered many spirit race beings. Under such circumstances, who would be merciful? Many times, they needed to be responsible for what they did. This time, it didn't take too long to suppress all of them. From now on, the Netherworld Empire would no longer exist in the Netherworld Empire. Ding! You have completed the main mission. Enforce justice on behalf of heaven. Destroy the Netherworld Empire and kill the Netherworld Great Emperor. Reward: 500 million EXP, 5 million crazy point, 500. 000 proficiency. Distribute it anywhere, 500. 000 sin point, and get the title, Punish the Evil. Congratulations to player Tianyin for successfully breaking through to 4th level Void Spirit stage. Successfully accepted main quest. Establish the Heavenly Clouds Empire. Reward: 2 billion EXP, 20 million crazy point, 2 million proficiency, distribute it anywhere, 2 million sin point, and get the title, I am the Great Emperor. Completion requirement, 2/10 void spirit stage experts, 8/50 core transformation stage experts, and build their own imperial capital. Note: cultivators who meet the requirements must have a favorability level of 200 and above. Pets are excluded. Sure enough, as soon as the main quest was completed, a new main quest appeared in front of Tianyan. The difficulty of this main quest was very high. Wasn't this requirement a bit too high? Even the Heavenly Dragon Empire didn't have that many void spirit stage experts. But now he needed 10 core transformation stage experts, 50 core transformation stage experts, and 500 spirit core experts. This required a lot of resources to slowly nurture. It should be said that it would take a long time to nurture so many forces. Unless he merged the Heavenly Dragon Empire, the difficulty would be reduced a lot. In terms of favorability, he could only slowly nurture it. This was still quite difficult. The key thing was that the pet was not counted. That would be ridiculous. He now has a total of 3 void spirit stage pets, 2 giant dragons, and the first snow wolf. This makes 3 void spirit stage experts. Who would have thought that the void spirit stage experts were not here? This was a huge loss. This could only be put aside for the time being. What was needed was time, and no main quest could be completed immediately. The system simply wanted him to gradually become a powerful force, or else he would never be able to complete the main quest. Without the main quest, it would be difficult. Speaking of which, what is this title? Tianyan checked the title he had obtained, and the detailed information immediately appeared before his eyes. Punishing the Wicked. 500 prestige points. The effect was not bad, and the increase in reputation was not unexpected. However, it was at least better than the title of the Empire's Guardian God, because the Empire's Guardian God increased his defense by 5 times. This sounded pretty good, but it was only effective in the Heavenly Dragon Imperial Capital. After leaving, it would no longer be effective. After everything was settled, everyone gathered again and began to report their spoils of war. These were all things that belonged to powerful sects. Of course, they had to calculate it carefully. The Battle Wolf Squad has obtained 30 soul armaments, 50 pills, 10 Earth Tier martial arts, and a Human Tier martial art. The Heavenly Wolf Squad obtained 27 soul tools, 58 medicinal pills, 8 Earth level martial arts, Human level martial arts. The Heavenly Wind Squad obtained soul tools. One by one, the representatives reported their spoils of war. In order to move more conveniently, they formed their own teams. After all, the Nether Continent was so vast, it would be a waste of time if they fought together. Each team was led by a core transformation stage expert, so there was no need to worry about a counterattack. Tianyan listened and nodded. These were good resources. It was impossible for him to obtain all the resources alone, so he had to rely on the spoils of war obtained by everyone to make up for the internal consumption. If he had to rely on himself, wouldn't he die of exhaustion? He had never seen a sect master of any sect handle everything personally. Otherwise, why would they need so many elders and subordinates? Would they just stay in the sect and eat and drink? After all, everyone looked at Tianyan with a serious expression, waiting for Tianyan to speak. Now that he had become the Mansion Lord, he was everyone's backbone. Well done, you did a good job. Tianyan said with a satisfied smile. These spoils of war belong to each of your teams. Make good use of these resources and make yourselves stronger. Thank you, Mansion Lord. They were all very happy, and they certainly hoped that this batch of resources would belong to them. Now that they got permission, they were very happy. The most important thing was that their subordinates fought so hard, and many of them were seriously injured. Giving them rewards was the best way to motivate them. Tianyan naturally knew this, and he knew that rewards and punishments were the most important thing. By the way, now that we have overthrown the Netherworld Empire, why don't we establish the Heavenly Clouds Empire? With the strength of our mansion lord, he is definitely qualified to become a great emperor. This is exactly what I was thinking. Our strength is already very strong, and we can establish an empire force. I suggest that we establish an imperial capital, and we can basically start to build a stronger force. Yes, Mansion Lord is so powerful, there is no problem for him to become a great emperor. One by one, the elders were excited. This was something that they had never thought about before. If they wanted to become an empire force, they needed to be strong. Now it seemed that there was no problem. Even the Netherworld Empire was overthrown. So why couldn't they become an empire force? This time, everyone's eyes were focused on Eteonion, and they wanted to hear what Eteonion had to say. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. I don't know if you have heard of this sentence. Eteonion said with a faint smile. We have heard of it, but the Netherworld Empire is the second largest empire force, and we overthrew it. There's no doubt that we are qualified to become an empire force. One of the elders said, overall, our foundation is a lot worse than the Netherworld Empire, but we believe that we have the ability to establish an empire. I also agree with this point. With the strength and influence of the Spirit King, it is enough to establish an empire force. Spirit Race Old Ancestor said with a smile. In terms of foundation, it is indeed a little worse, but I don't think that the foundation of the Spirit Sect is worse than the other empires. Everyone's eyes lit up. In fact, the foundation of the Empyrean Pole Sect and the Spirit Sect was not bad. They had many strong cultivators, and they had accumulated a lot of martial arts and divine runes.